This morning with gusty winds and heavy rain. Elsa now moving into North Carolina. The heavy rain already spreading from the Outer Banks and well inland.
Carolinas, they're not going to be Elsa's last stop. By this evening, the storm will work its way up into the northeast, bringing heavy rain and tropical storm force winds. Now, much of the area has already had rounds of severe weather throughout the beginning of the week, this week.
And at least a little bit of good news. Elsa will be out of here by the weekend, but there's still a lot to get through until then. So let's get straight to it and what we're looking at right now with Elsa and what is happening on the periphery of this tropical storm that is well inland and has been now for quite some time, making landfall in the United States, in Florida, going through Georgia, South Carolina, and now in North Carolina, with some of the worst of the weather now getting into Virginia. Some flash flood warnings and tornado warnings. We've seen spin-ups with this on the east and northeast side of this system here, this tropical storm, really ever since it made landfall, on and off, going all the way up here and now into parts of Virginia just outside of Franklin. So this tornado warning right here is in effect here for Hertford, Northampton, and Southampton counties until 4:30. That's a radar indicated tornado warning, and you can see some of the locations where it is expected to go, from Pleasant Plains, Murfreesboro, Como, Newsoms, and Cortland eventually by the top of the hour. So that is, of course, if it does stay together as a tornado, could get to Cortland again by 5 o'clock. Incidentally, when we're expecting the next update from the National Hurricane Center. Meanwhile, just to the east of there, another tornado warning as well, the northern part of that, as we see here. So this one, Gates and Hertford as well, until 4:15. So that is just about to get out of the warning itself. Then there's the flash flooding, the heavy rain, 3.5 inches in a relatively short period of time today, and the rain still falling in parts here of North Carolina. Would not be surprised at all if we get more flash flooding and warnings north of there. East of there is where the conditions are still favorable for tornadoes. Now, this is also, as the storm goes like this, it's going to remain on the east and northeast side of the storm. Pretty typical for tropical systems that bring, an inherent twist, inherent shear at the surface as it moves in. We did see some storms moving through D.C. and through the Baltimore area, and the forecast does show that by this evening, either in Richmond or in Virginia Beach or somewhere in between, will go the center of Elsa. And then by tomorrow morning, it's going to be over New York, New York City and Long Island, Connecticut, Rhode Island. Again, this is going to be first thing in the morning. So most of the overnight hours, most of the dark hours tonight will be over the Delmarva in New Jersey. So we're looking at a pretty bad commute. And that could be an understatement here to finish off the work week. Tropical storm conditions expected all the way up into New England. So got to get through this, and then we'll talk about that severe weather threat that's with us today and will be coming after Elsa for the Northeast, Jennifer, in a little bit.
Meanwhile, two perspectives of the situation in Charleston, South Carolina. Officially, Elsa dropped 3.67 inches of rain in the city. But outside of Charleston, we had significantly higher totals, and as a result, it was quite predictable. The city is so prone to flooding that many of the roads were covered with water. In fact, some roads were closed overnight. They have since reopened. Let's go up into Virginia to the Hampton Roads area, and the rain has been coming through for the past few hours. Wind is trying to pick up as well. Across Virginia, we are expecting that rain to really intensify. There is even the risk for some tornadoes. We have some severe weather across the southeastern part of the state right now, and a flash flood watch has been issued through tomorrow morning. As we look a little bit closer, we are just west of Virginia Beach right now on the radar, indicating a possible tornado over Suffolk and Franklin in areas just across the state line of North Carolina. So we're anywhere from North Carolina up to Virginia, and we're watching several areas with a possible tornado and tornado warnings on those. The whole area is underneath a tornado watch, and that goes about to 11 o'clock, including you in Norfolk and right up into the Delmarva Peninsula. Now, farther south, we're still concerned with those strong tropical storm force winds, so tropical storm warnings are still in place all the way down towards Myrtle Beach. We put this into motion for you, the radar, and again, we're watching out for the rain, the isolated tornadoes, but significant rainfall as well. Flash flooding is a real concern for us because these storms, although the storm itself is moving, the storms sometimes are slowly going through. So we have the potential to produce flash flooding. At midnight, it could be right over Delaware in the Delaware Bay and then coming up into South Jersey. So all through Richmond down towards Raleigh, we have a flash flood watch that's been issued for us tonight. And again, out along the coast, the beaches, as that wind pushes up the waves, a high risk for rip currents today and possibly even tomorrow for parts of the Northeast. Meanwhile, we want to take you into Virginia, and that's where the Weather Channel's Justin Michaels. He's joining us from Virginia Beach. And again, Justin, we see those severe storms, possible tornadoes just west of you, but how is it looking right there on the beach where you are?
Well, I'll tell you what, we have the rain coming down now. Earlier, maybe about 45 minutes ago, there was a torrential downpour, and that's one of those bands coming through. We expect that to continue through the course of this evening. So at this point, we have that tropical storm warning in place. That is going to go until it expires. And then we also have the tornado watch in place. That's expected to expire around 11 o'clock tonight. And what all that means for anybody who's watching the Weather Channel in the Hampton Roads is to simply make plans inside tonight, whether it's your vacation, if you actually live here. Being inside tonight's what you want to do, because maybe between 5, 7, 8 o'clock tonight is when it's really going to start coming down. It's really going to get pretty nasty. You don't want to be on the roads. You don't want to be someplace where you might need to take cover. Or if there's a tornado warning that goes into place, you need to be in your safe spot. So right now we've got that tornado watch. We've got the tropical storm warning. We're expecting maybe 1 to 2 more inches of rain locally. Could it be 3 to 4? Absolutely. It certainly could be. But the nice thing is, as this thing pushes off to the northeast, we get around 9, 10, 11 o'clock tonight, it's really going to be starting to push out of here. And really by tomorrow afternoon, could you have a beach afternoon? It's certainly possible, and definitely for Saturday. But tonight is the night where you don't want to be out, have those indoor activities. If you're at one of the beach resorts, they're going to have all sorts of stuff for you to do, I'm sure. Of course, there's always the bar to go to and the restaurants to go to, and just doing things inside with the kids as well is what you want to do, because the beach is not going to be a place you want to be, and walking around is not going to be something you're going to want to be doing, because there's the potential for anything to pop up. Also, lightning is going to be a major problem this evening as the different bands go through. So we're going to watch it all for you. Chris, we've got our radars up. We're watching for any warnings that pop up, and we know the bands are all going to be coming from that direction. That's south. And in fact, Chris, we looked at the latitude lines. Next stop that way is Lisbon, Portugal. So wouldn't it be nice to be there right about now? Chris, into you.
Yeah, add one more thing to do there in Virginia Beach. Plan a trip. How about that? Huddle in the hotel or stay home and plan your trip to Portugal when it's safe to do so, of course. Justin Michaels reporting there from Virginia Beach. Certainly do appreciate that. And as we watch what Elsa is going to do on the farther north latitude, we'll be into the northeast as we see some storms that are creating some dark skies there in Manhattan, New York City. The view from the Statue of Liberty off at lower Manhattan, also Long Beach, New York to Long Island, and then eventually to Massachusetts. That's where this storm is going next. A lot of the travel through the mid-Atlantic and into the Northeast will be happening tonight. And first thing in the morning, going into and out of the city is not going to be fun weather-wise, with a lot of rain and stormy conditions. Let's take a look at the timing now for Tropical Storm Elsa and what we can expect with this. Here it is roughly as it's going over North Carolina, eventually into Virginia. Still got some nasty weather heading Justin's way. And then here's most of the nighttime hours right here. And in the morning, right through here is not going to be fun. Afternoon, morning and afternoon here. And then the rest of the day, it's going to be moving out by Friday evening. A few lingering showers and still some pretty gusty winds in Maine, with tropical storm conditions expected all along coastal areas here. Tropical storm warnings in effect here from Virginia all the way up to the border of Massachusetts and New Hampshire. That includes the Cape, it includes Martha's Vineyard and Nantucket. Here's why we feel confident that it's going to continue to move out, kind of doing the old squeeze play right there. It started in the Atlantic, came through the Antilles, the Lesser and Greater Antilles, making landfall in Cuba around this high pressure, then coming back into the United States for another landfall. And it's been over land now for quite some time. Still a tropical storm, still a lot of moisture associated with it. So we've got a lot of rain and a lot of wind that's on the way for the Northeast. Once it gets out of here, we're still going to see some storms with the cold front that will move through. And then you also see, as the forecast takes it this way, there's some stronger steering winds a little bit higher up. So we feel confident it's not going to go inland. It's going to take that route out of here and into maritime Canada. High resolution future radar showing the storm right here through New Jersey. Now at daybreak, it's going to be over New York and Connecticut, and mainly Long Island, and still potentially over the city in New York, Rhode Island, Massachusetts. So from Block Island over to Martha's Vineyard and Nantucket, it's not going to be your quintessential summertime weather here. And then, did you see that? Boom, right after we watch Elsa go away, again, some thunderstorms are going to be moving in. And it seems like in some areas it has been just about every day this week.
Yeah, it's hard to catch a break in the Northeast with all the rain and all the severe weather as well. The winds have been so strong several days that they've knocked down several trees. Here we are up in Dracut, Massachusetts, just outside of Boston, where this large tree was knocked over because of the wind. It also knocked out power as this thunderstorm came through to 8,700 customers at one point last night. We are looking at more rain to come. In fact, it's getting closer and closer to you in Lowell as it moves in from the west, so more showers will be pushing up through. And heavy rainfall as well. Let's look at the flash flood warning that we have out for much of New York City. In fact, it's up north of you, up across the Bronx, Nassau, and Queens counties. You're underneath a flash flood warning. This thunderstorm has been sitting over you. In fact, more rain has been developing along it as it moves in from the west. So that has led to some flash flooding. So again, north of New York City, we have been dealing with some very heavy rainfall up across the Hudson Valley. And this trend from New York to Hartford to Springfield, all the way up to Portland and down East Maine, the possibility of more rainfall, heavy, could produce some more flash flooding. So just keep that in mind as you're out and about for tonight. In fact, if you don't have to go out, just try to stay inside. There's so much good stuff on TV lately. Well, we are concerned with flash flood watches, and they're out for many of the big cities across the Northeast and all the way into the Mid-Atlantic. And as far as the rainfall from Elsa, as that moves up the coast, it is going to really saturate the ground here across the Delmarva up into New Jersey. Anywhere from an additional 2 to 3 inches of rain in some spots can be expected. But the inland areas, don't just be concerned about the coast. The inland areas here could see some significant rainfall. Now, along the coast, we're going to be watching out for those strong winds to kind of push up the shore as we go through the evening. We're first going to feel them within the next few hours around Norfolk and then Virginia Beach, and continuing to move up the Delmarva. Here we are into Ocean City around 11 o'clock tonight. Those winds could be gusting up to 60 miles an hour. Chris?
Meanwhile, the Texas Gulf Coast dealing with more rain today after what was a life-threatening flood event yesterday. Storms triggering the scenes we see right here. A flash flood emergency in Rockport. Nearly 11 inches of rain soaked the area within the past 2 days. 7 of that 11 fell yesterday, and that's the result. A lot of dangerous flooding in some very low-lying coastal areas here. And guess what? More rain in some low-lying coastal areas for Texas. 3 to 5 inches, in fact, not too far away from where that heavy rain was yesterday and the day before. plenty of moisture in place and plenty of storms offshore. And now, as we've been watching over the past few hours, watching storms moving into South Louisiana and moving into areas north of Corpus Christi, between Corpus Christi and Houston. Flash flood warning currently in effect, not too far away from Rockport, which is right there. Here's the high-resolution future radar, give you an idea of what the radar is going to look like, where the storms are going to be in the future here. More of this action going into Louisiana, and we're going to see more of the rain streaming in. And when it comes in like these plumes and they go over the same areas, and it looks like it's just kind of like a garden hose, just spraying right at one spot, that's usually the setup where we end up with some bad things. We end up with some of that flash flooding. So flash flood watch is in effect. Not everybody in here is going to have flash flooding. Depends on where we see some of those bands set up. Again, not a tropical system here, but it kind of seems like it. We're getting that kind of rainfall. And with that in mind, tomorrow through Saturday morning, the threat for flooding does exist from Brownsville, Laredo, San Antonio, over to Lake Charles, and up to College Station, including Houston and Galveston, could see some more, at least the potential for some flash flooding. So tomorrow's forecast does call for more showers and thunderstorms, I-10 all the way out, and then pick up I-20 in Mississippi, through Alabama, Georgia, and into the Carolinas. And you also have some scattered showers and thunderstorms. And on Saturday, showers continue with some thunderstorms. And when we have thunderstorms, that's going to be the heavier rainfall. Through Saturday, could see another area, 2 with 3 to 5 inches of rain, possibly more.
We were going to stuff you home.
It seemed like a normal day.
I looked up at the sky and I seen the darkness coming.
I got an alert on my phone, and then all hell broke loose.
It was complete chaos. Go, go!
There's no way you can outrun it.
If Mother Nature gives you a warning sign, get ready for something big.
I have never seen anything like that.
I had no idea what had just happened.
You just hang on for dear life and hope for the best.
Right now on the Weather Channel, part of Elsa has been the tornado threat. And here are some pictures from what has been a confirmed EF2 tornado in southeast Georgia. This associated with Tropical Storm Elsa, with winds here estimated around 128 miles per hour in the Kings Bay area associated with the tornado. Tornado hit the Naval Submarine Base's RV park, and officials there say at least 9 people were hurt. The violent storm also damaged at least 12 RVs, and you can see some wheels looking up to the sky there, some trees snapped midway up, something that's always kind of mind-boggling to see when you see it in person, and of course all the damage and all the debris that is thrown all over the place and that needs to be collected, and just trying to make sense of the debris and the damage is always a tough sight and tough to take, especially if it's your stuff. Unfortunately, with tropical systems, we are seeing more of this. In fact, a couple of tornado warnings right now in Virginia, from North Carolina into Virginia. So flash flooding, tornadoes in North Carolina, now into Virginia. Here's Murfreesboro, not in this tornado warning here for Hertford and Southampton counties, but you can see that it is this storm right here, now into Virginia. And this storm also now into Virginia, getting close to Franklin. And this tornado warning right here for the cities of Franklin and Suffolk, Isle of Wight and Southampton, those counties there. And this is where the tornado likely is. We get the green and the red really close to each other. Winds going in different directions very fast. I mean, not just different, opposite directions right next to each other. The radar doesn't detect. It's in relationship to the radar. So it's winds going toward or away. Can't detect side to side, but you can infer that side to side movement, knowing what's going on in the atmosphere and knowing what causes winds to go toward the radar or away from the radar. It's a rotating thunderstorm, and in this case, especially the lower levels, is likely to be a tornado. So Kingsdale, Lees Mill, Black Creek, heads up. Tornado heading your way. Seek cover right now. And as we look at a couple of tornado warnings, we also have some flash flood warnings to tell you about as well. Finally starting to get a little bit of a break in the rain from Raleigh to Wake Forest, but it's not over yet here. Flash flooding does remain a concern now going into Virginia with 3 to 5 inches of rain estimated. Some areas, 3.5, almost 4 inches of rain. That leads to the flooding.
Yeah, it's amazing what the rain has been doing to parts of the Carolinas. And we're going to continue to watch the movement of Elsa as it pushes up into the Northeast. It's not only going to bring a lot of rain with it and thunderstorms, but the wind is going to increase and the surf certainly is going to kick up here. We've been seeing, even behind the storm, a lot of waves across the east coast of Florida and as well as out here into the panhandle. The surf has been a little bit rough, and that's concern for rip currents, a moderate threat in the panhandle of Florida and along the east coast of Florida with those winds moving in from the south. Now we go up into the Outer Banks and farther north. We have a lot of areas shaded in red, such as the Outer Banks, and that indicates that there's going to be a high concern, a high chance for those rip currents today and even tomorrow in places across the Northeast. And when we go to the beach and we see the flags along the beach, if it's anything other than green, make sure that you're taking extra precaution. And if it's red, don't even think of venturing out into the water, because that means swimming is not safe, no matter how strong of a swimmer you are. The waves are going to obviously be increasing a little bit with this system moving in as it pushes up the east coast. We will see those wave heights really start to pick up overnight tonight, coming up into Nantucket and Martha's Vineyard as that storm system approaches from the south. Chris?
I want to focus right now and give you an idea of what to expect here in Ocean City, Maryland. So coastal Maryland, coastal Delaware, New Jersey, you're going to be seeing even darker skies here soon. And what's going to happen is most of the rain and the wind's going to be happening while it is dark during the overnight hours. Tropical storm warning in effect here in Ocean City, Maryland. It's 79 degrees right now, and rain will be on the increase. Let's time it out for you. Here's what we're thinking in terms of the rainfall, increasing rain this evening, but it's not going to be until about 8 or 9 when things really start to go downhill. 10 o'clock, you can see full swing here until midnight and beyond, even maybe 2 or 3 in the morning. We could be seeing some of the worst of the weather here, and then out of Delaware, out of Maryland before daybreak, and moving on to New Jersey as well. So a lot going on out there right now and a lot to watch going forward, Jennifer.
All right, we want to take you back out into Texas, pretty close to Corpus Christi. We have a tornado warning out here for Calhoun. The county of Calhoun is underneath a tornado warning. You can see it's very close to the coast. And they're concerned with water spouts coming inland and again, forming a tornado on land. So again, make sure you're in a safe shelter right now in Calhoun. Heavy rain obviously coming down, but even a possible tornado.
Get ready to take on summer with new ice drinks at
Welcome back, everyone, to the Weather Channel. It's a busy afternoon as we are tracking a lot of thunderstorms, a lot of heavy rainfall, and also a tropical storm. This is Elsa as it is moving over Raleigh. It has brought a lot of rain. In fact, flash flood warnings have been issued for the capital. And then you see all of this heavy rain also moving now up into southern parts of Virginia. We have had several severe thunderstorm warnings, even a few tornado warnings. There was one about a few minutes ago out for the city of Franklin and southeastern Virginia. That has allowed to expire, but again, heavy rainfall with a few isolated tornadoes. This area is underneath a tornado watch, and it goes through tonight. So anywhere from the Outer Banks up to Norfolk, up to the Delmarva, and even over to Richmond, there's the possibility for isolated tornadoes to develop, and we've had several already within the past 2 hours. Now we're back over into North Carolina from Raleigh to Wake Forest, right up US 1. We've had a lot of rain in the past few hours. 3 inches or more has come down, and that has led to some flash flooding and flooding is a big concern as this storm moves over you. So I know it's hard just to stay inside and not run those errands, but try not to today and tonight because that rain is not going anywhere. And we can see the rainfall extends all the way up to the state line, Virginia, and back over into the southern part of Virginia for the threat of flash flooding. We're going to put it into motion for you. We're going to see that rain try to taper off around the Raleigh area, but we could still find these scattered showers anywhere from South Carolina to North Carolina overnight, but the heaviest rain will be wrapped around Elsa as it moves up into the mid-Atlantic. All right, the Weather Channel's Justin Michaels. He's been weathering the storm for us in Virginia Beach. He joins us there live. Again, Justin, I can see a few people curious right behind you.
Yeah.
Other than sightseers, how else is Virginia Beach faring right now?
I'll tell you what, J-Lo, it's quiet here right now. Not many people out at all, and that's a good thing. In fact, the only one we can really talk to right now, except for these few tourists, is King Neptune over there. Of course, that's the Roman god of the sea watching over all the beachgoers. But right now, there are none, and that's a really iconic part of Virginia Beach. It's something that people come and get pictures with when they're here. But take a look, Mike Hahn behind the lens, and you can see how many people are not on the beach. And it's not just this one section of the beach. You can see all the chairs are locked down. Things are ready to go for what could be a little bit of a tumultuous evening. In fact, the expectation is we could see 40 or 50 mile per hour wind gusts here. That's certainly possible. Also, 1-2 inches of rain is certainly possible. Isolated even more than that. And as far as those winds go, isolated even higher wind speeds than 40 or 50 mile per hour gusts. Could it be 50, 60, 70 mile per hour gusts? It's certainly possible here in the greater Hampton Roads area. So what do we have warnings and watches right now? Well, there's a tropical storm warning in place for obvious reasons. We've got Elsa coming up the coast and really impacting us now. We're going to be experiencing the impacts from this tropical storm all the way through this evening, really not starting to cycle out of here until 9, 10, 11, 12 o'clock. So tonight's basically a kind of a washout here in Virginia Beach as people are spending their vacations, but also for all the millions of people who live in this part of Virginia. This, of course, Virginia Beach being the largest city in Virginia. Lots of people do live here and call this home. This Thursday night is not going to be a lovely night for you to be out. So indoor activities is the best thing you can do. But aside from that tropical storm warning, we also have a tornado watch in place. And remember, a watch is you should be prepared, right? Warning is where you take cover and you get into your safe space. But the potential there, and we have seen these tornado warnings pop up all to our south and southwest of where we are. The expectation is that certainly could happen here as you go through your Thursday evening. So look forward to better days. As soon as tomorrow, it's going to be a lot better. Tomorrow afternoon, even better than that. And then Saturday, partly cloudy. It's going to feel like a beach day on Saturday. But we've got to get through this tonight. And the good thing is, the best news I can tell you is, with the exception of a few families still out. In fact, take a look right there. You can see that's what people do with King Neptune here and his sea turtle. Take pictures. That's what you're supposed to do. But as the evening goes on, it's going to get a little worse before it gets better, guys. So best just to stay inside. Chris, into you.
Yeah, that's the best advice indeed, Justin Michaels. Thank you so much. You don't get in trouble if you don't leave most of the time anyway, so you stay in. The storm shouldn't be a problem. It's when you get out and about and you get into wooded areas or you get near the water. Lightning. There's a lot of dangers out there that can be avoided if you stay in. Here's what's on the way into the Northeast. Overnight hours through the Delmarva, through New Jersey. Daybreak will bring a lot of rain from Long Island to Massachusetts to Boston, including Rhode Island, Providence, Newport, over to the Cape, Nantucket, Martha's Vineyard, Block Island, all the way up to Maine. By the time tomorrow evening rolls around, we'll be saying goodbye to this, but unfortunately, we'll also in the Northeast say hello to some storms that'll be dropping in from the west.
2 out of 3 guys experience hair loss by age 35.
Breaking right now as expected, the 5 o'clock update from the National Hurricane Center is in, and oftentimes it comes in before 5 o'clock, and this being one of those times. It is now, Elsa has strengthened, now a 50 mile per hour tropical storm. It's moving to the northeast, picked up a mile at 21 miles an hour. Now, it's not expected to get any stronger, so peaking here at 50 miles per hour. And so the storm getting a little bit stronger as it enters its mid-Atlantic northeast phase. So this storm eventually will become post-tropical as it moves out of the United States, and it's moving into an area that's already dealing with a lot of severe weather. We can see that right now across the Northeast with severe thunderstorm warnings in effect, flash flood warnings in effect. Again, that's ahead of Elsa. So once this rain and the floodwaters recede, more rain is going to be here by the morning. So starting off as a pretty bad evening commute, and we're going to pick that up in the morning, possibly even worse tomorrow morning for the tri-state area here. And over into Pennsylvania, you can see a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings, including Berks in Montgomery County. And to the north, Syracuse to Richland, there was also around Buffalo earlier a severe thunderstorm warning. And that is now a little bit east of Buffalo with some storms that don't have warnings now moving out of Ohio into Pennsylvania, but they did earlier. So a lot of severe weather here ahead of Elsa, and then after Elsa, there'll be some more severe storms for the Northeast. Here's that dip in the jet stream. Ahead of it, we're seeing the storms. Here comes Elsa, and then behind it or with it, there will be more storms rolling through. The steering for this has mainly been this area of high pressure. However, it's going to be this jet and the frontal system that's coming down that'll help really just kick it and get it out of here. But as it developed out here, went through the Lesser Antilles and the Greater Antilles, really following around this area of high pressure after making landfall in Cuba, making landfall again in the U.S., and now strengthening, up to a 50-mile-per-hour tropical storm. It's going to do the old squeeze play and zip out of here late tomorrow. However, before that, going to have still plenty of moisture streaming into New Jersey, New York, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts. Also from the Delmarva to New Jersey, that's going to be the overnight tonight. Upper level winds dip south, and that it's going to add a little bit extra oomph for this system. So we could see even more widespread rain than what we've already previously seen. A narrow cone showing a fast moving storm, and early in the forecast, there's more confidence. So there's fewer errors based on history. So the center of the storm likely to go either right down the middle, one of the sides, or just out of the cone. But impacts, no matter where it is going to be beyond the cone. And those impacts are going to be heavy rain and wind, lightning, and even stronger thunderstorms possible later on tomorrow night. So we're picking it up again tomorrow morning, as it will have already gone through Delaware, New Jersey, still pushing a lot of water into Long Island, into Connecticut, and we'll see into Rhode Island as well during the mid-morning. But by the early to late afternoon, we'll be on the tail end of this. And then, look at that. By 8 o'clock tomorrow night, another round. It's kind of hard if you live in the Northeast to keep track of what's what, but bottom line, it's not too long before the next round of storms comes through.
Yeah, so busy here across the Northeast. And this is a look over Boston right now as the clouds are certainly overhead. We've been watching that rain move in from the west. We've had several days of strong thunderstorms this week, and it looks like we're going to be looking at more heavy rain as Elsa moves up from the south late tonight and early tomorrow. The wind is also going to be picking up from Elsa today, or with this storm today, tonight, and tomorrow as it comes over into the Boston area. All right, let's have a look at the warnings. Tropical storm warnings in place for Boston across Rhode Island, the shores of Connecticut, much of Long Island, all the way down the Jersey coast, and even into the Delmarva, as we anticipate not just the rainfall, because that is certainly going to be heavy, but we anticipate the wind to increase as well and could be as high as maybe 60 miles an hour. Flash flood watch has been issued not so much just along the coast, but it's also inland, back over into Philadelphia and eastern PA, the Hudson Valley of upstate New York. You could be looking at a lot of rainfall from this as we go through the night and into tomorrow. Some areas could see an additional 2 to 3 inches of rain on top of all the stuff that we've had already. The ground is already saturated, so it won't take much for maybe some trees to be knocked down and cause big problems. And with the wind increasing as the storm approaches, we're going to first start to notice it here across southeastern Virginia and up into the Delmarva Peninsula as those winds pick up to around 50 miles an hour tonight. And then through the overnight hours, they go up into Ocean City, Atlantic City, up the Jersey coast, and right over into the Northeast and into New England as we head into the overnight hours tonight and into tomorrow. Again, the projected path kind of keeps it right along the coast, but the inland areas are going to see the heavy rainfall. We could see a few isolated strong thunderstorms and the potential here for significant rainfall as we go through the evening and even into tomorrow morning as that rain continues to work its way up into New England. So again, Tropical Storm Elsa about to move in from the south. Although we're seeing plenty of rain and thunderstorms across the Northeast right now, making it for a busy afternoon.
Thank you for staying with us live here on the Weather Channel. I'm Justin Michaels as we continue to track Tropical Storm Elsa moving up the coast, eventually getting up into New England. But tonight here in Hampton Roads, Virginia Beach, Virginia, this is what we're going to have to deal with, folks. It's not going to be a lovely evening tonight. We're going to have rain, could be 1 or 2 inches. Locally, we could have 3 to 4. We're going to have 40, 50 mile per hour wind gusts, especially as we get close to dinner time, 5, 6, 7, 8 o'clock. It could be a little nasty out here for sure. So people on beach trips, on vacations for the summer, kicking things off, trying to have some good family time and time with friends, this is not going to be the night to do it outside. And in fact, you can see Virginia Beach in its entirety is peopleless. And the reason for that is people are not even allowed on the beach. The beach patrols are working, and what they're doing is stopping people from even walking out onto the sand. In fact, you can see way down there, I don't know, Mike, I don't know if you can see the truck down there or not, but they even have beach patrols driving around. Here's one of the lifeguards walking down, just making sure people stay off of the beach. They keep getting calls because they have people wanting to go out, and right now that is not something they're allowed to do. So the dangers are real. And they're going to get worse. The biggest concern this evening is, one, we have that tropical storm warning in place. 2, and even a little more concerningly at this point, we have that tornado watch in place. And we have seen tornado warnings pop up all across Virginia, the Carolinas. We know that there have been some reported tornadoes, even an EF2 tornado earlier today because of Elsa moving north. So the dangers are there, and we're going to keep you posted here on the Weather Channel as to when they're popping up. We have our safe place to go to here in Virginia Beach if we find ourselves in a tornado warning. So make sure you're staying posted on what's going on. Have those alerts ready on your phone. Listen to the Weather Channel wherever you are. We'll keep you safe as those warnings come and go throughout the evening. And then the good news is, as this thing finally moves off to the north, northeast, and eventually up across down East Maine over the next 2 days, here it's just going to get better and better and better. Guys, over the next, maybe 12 hours, it's going to push out of here. Tomorrow afternoon could be a decent beach afternoon, and then Saturday it's going to feel like beach weather, hot and sunny, and that's what people come to the beach for, right? Into you.
That's right. So be careful of that water. Justin Michaels, thank you so much. The 5 o'clock update is in. It comes in a little bit early quite often, and this is one of those times, of course, up to a 50 mile per hour tropical storm, and it's moving a little bit faster. It's now moving about a mile faster. It's still moving to the northeast at 21 miles an hour. Still brings with it a heavy rain and flood threat. It brings with it a tornado threat as well. No tornado warnings right now, but flash flood warnings around Raleigh up to the Virginia border right here in North Carolina. And Raleigh is still seeing some rain. Not a ton of rain, but still some coming down. This flash flood warning in effect until 5:30. Heavier rain to the north moving into Virginia right now for parts of Franklin, Vance, and Warren counties. That severe or that flash flood warning. The tornado threat exists until at least 11 o'clock this evening, and it's on that east or northeast side of the storm as it moves through to the northeast. Now, the center of it's going to go here, here, or here. Hard to say exactly where it's going to go, but that's within the cone. So the threat and the potential for more tornadoes is there. We've been watching. In fact, the tornado was witnessed and reported here now. With this tornado warning we were watching, it went right across Swan Quarter, and the tornado reported was in progress. It was on the ground in the Whitetail Farms neighborhood of Fairfield. So that was reported a little bit earlier, and something that we have seen and expect to see with this system. Jennifer.
It's also been a busy day in Texas. Let's go out to Galveston right now, where we are watching that rain on the increase. This is an overview of the beaches there. You can see the surface trying to pick up, as well as people driving up and down the road there that leads along Galveston Beach. Temperatures are in the middle 80s with the humidity as well. We've had a lot of rain here lately. Just Tuesday alone, we had almost 2.5 inches of rain, and more rain is going to be on its way, approaching the area as we get closer to the weekend. So let's look at the radar, and it's mainly been south of Austin where all the heaviest rain has been and all the severe weather. We've had a few isolated tornadoes being reported around Corpus Christi, and also too much rain that it's produced some flash flooding. And as we zoom in closer, just south of Port O'Connor, we have a flash flood warning out as these storms move in from the shore. They're really producing heavy rainfall, and that is one thing that we want you to be aware of as we go through the evening, through the overnight hours, because this is the radar in motion, and that rain does not go away. In fact, it gets closer up into Houston. It comes into southern parts of Louisiana. It's going to be with us right through the night, again, producing those isolated showers and storms and the threat for heavy rainfall. As we continue to monitor the situation in Texas, but we're also keeping an eye on the East Coast with Tropical Storm Elsa.
Next on Weather Underground, Elsa spreading heavy rain into the mid-Atlantic. The tropical storm lashing the Carolinas and Virginia before heading into the Northeast, with then heavy rain, gusty winds, and the threat of tornadoes. Elsa's story not done tonight. Tropical storm warning to extend north into New England. And our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knapp, breaks down what to expect on this special edition of Weather Underground. Hi, everyone. Welcome in. This is Weather Underground. I'm Mike Bettis, joined by our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knapp, in the lab tonight. Plenty to talk about with Tropical Storm Elsa still hanging in there, whipping through Myrtle Beach, South Carolina today. This was just after the sun came up this morning, winds gusting to about 40 miles per hour. The skies starting to clear a little bit, but power had to be restored to about 5,000 customers along here the Grand Strand. All right, so the new advisory in. Let's get right to our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knapp.
Yeah, Mike, Elsa is still packing a punch in terms of wind, especially along the coast. Its center is still inland over the mid-Atlantic, but the center of action continues to be on the right-hand side, and that's typical for a tropical system moving up the East Coast. So you can see the isobars in here. There's the center of the low pressure over North Carolina, but you see the gradient out here right along the Atlantic coastline, and that's where we're getting the tropical storm conditions. In fact, max winds have now been set to 50 miles per hour sustained. Now, this is not the same kind of situation where you had a storm over the water and you got hurricane hunters looking around in the inner core area for the maximum sustained winds. This is now all about looking at surface observations and what's going on at the coast. This is where the maximum sustained winds are going to be over water right near the coast. Now look at some of these recent observations. This whole area here, the Wilmington area along the beach, we've had a number of reports either close to or actually measured sustained winds of tropical storm force. Look at this, Johnny Mercer Pier is in this area here, measured a gust of 59, but sustained winds of 40. Had Wrightsville Beach measure sustained winds above 45 miles an hour, up near 50 miles an hour. So with gusts above that. So that's why the maximum sustained winds have been set where they are at 50 miles an hour. And we might have had stronger winds over water earlier and just didn't know it. So it's not necessarily Elsa's on a dramatic strengthening trend. But in any case, you're going to keep the max sustained winds at 50 miles an hour as it accelerates northeastward, by this time tomorrow, it will be clearing Massachusetts and headed toward Canada, where it'll be a non-tropical system in there. But in the meantime, Mike, we still have tropical storm warnings all the way from Little River Inlet in South Carolina all the way up through Boston, Massachusetts. But water, rainfall, also a problem. We'll detail that in just a little bit.
All right, Dr. Knapp, thank you so much for that. Elsa pushing its way into Virginia right now. The Weather Channel's Justin Michaels. He's got a ringside seat from Virginia Beach. Update us on the conditions there, Justin.
Yep. I'll tell you what, we've had some waves coming through, some of the bands that came through and really dumped some intense rain. Right now it's raining kind of steady, but we know that as the evening goes on, we're going to see, could we see 1-2 more inches of rain? It's certainly possible. Could we see 40, 50, 60 mile per hour wind gusts? That's also possible here in Virginia Beach, which is why we have that tropical storm warning and also a tornado watch in place here now. Ron Williams is the deputy city manager here in Virginia Beach. So Ron, 2016 was a big lesson for you guys. Back-to-back storms, including Hurricane Matthew that came through. Here we are at the beginning of this season. So how do you approach a season like this where water temperatures are so warm already and we're already off to an active start?
Well, communication to our visitors and residents about being ready, and then making sure that our operations and maintenance are up to par, which we did before the storm. Make sure all the systems are working properly. We've got all the right assets that are fixed and ready to go. And this is a beachside town. This is where millions of people come to enjoy the beach, except on nights like this. So, you know, when it comes to preparation, do you drill? What do you do to get ready for the eventuality of storms coming on these shores? It's constant readiness, yes. Of course we drill, and we're used to this. A few times a year they come through. Thankfully, we don't typically get a direct hit of a major storm, but we definitely get the tropical storm and know what that feels like. Yeah. And Ron, when it comes to all the visitors, many of whom may not live on beachside communities, they don't know what it means to not be able to go out onto the beach when they're at the beach. Yeah. You know, what's the messaging to your temporary residents who come in all year long? Well, certainly a lot of these storms go through very rapidly, like we're going to see in the next couple hours. So we hunker down when it's in the worst part. Definitely when we're under a warning or watch scenario, and then typically we have sunshine after that goes through, so they can still enjoy their visit here. Sure. And do you look at a storm like Elsa, though? You don't want to downplay any storm, whether it's a tropical storm, tropical depression, hurricane. You don't want to downplay any of them. But is it kind of a good drill for everybody to say, okay, guys, open up the books. Let's try this. Let's take this one for a ride. You can never take it for granted, and especially we have changing personnel or new visitors, and so you always go through the exercise. And this time of the season is the time we typically do that. Make sure everything's up to speed. So Elsa's helpful in a way, yes? It is, in a way, yes. In a way, not a good thing, but it can be helpful. Yeah. Very good. Ron Williams, we are grateful for your time, and thanks for welcoming us to the city. We always do love coming to Virginia Beach. Absolutely. Thank you, sir. We appreciate you. So as you go through this evening, expect around the dinner time hour, 5, 6, 7, 8 o'clock. That's when we really could have some intense bands coming through tonight with those 40, 50, 60 mile per hour winds and the potential for those inch or more hour rain rates. We'll have to see how it all pans out. But it could be a little bit of a nasty night. But the good news is, as you go into your Friday, afternoon should be pretty nice. Saturday is going to be hot and sunny, partly cloudy. It's going to be a great beach day for people who might be showing up to start off next week, Dr. Knapp. But here we are, Dr. Knapp. We were talking about Elsa when you and I were talking. We were down in Sarasota 2 days ago. Now we're here in Virginia Beach. It's the storm that keeps on chugging up the East Coast. Yeah, Elsa has found a lot of land areas to impact from the Southeast Caribbean all the way around to the entire East Coast of the United States. And a lot more of you still have the worst of Elsa for you yet to come. Again, the center of circulation about to cross the border between North Carolina and Virginia, and where Justin is one of those places that will be on the right-hand side, the wetter, windier side. So with all those isobars on the map, that's where you're likely going to find the strongest winds. Now, we also have low pressure and a frontal system behind that's bringing Elsa upward. So these are all going to combine to bring wind and water to the northeast. But for now, let's check in on what's going on wind-wise in North Carolina and South Carolina. The south side of this is still pretty windy, gusting 30 to 40 at Wilmington. Out here on Hatteras, gusting over 30. Virginia Beach, the winds haven't picked up just yet, but they will be on the increase. In Greensboro, a north gust to 20 to 30 miles an hour. Pretty easy to see from the surface obs where the center of circulation is. We've had a lot of gusts in North Carolina this afternoon, up to 30 miles an hour. And then here again,
back on the south side, we've gusted to 46 miles an hour, had some minor street flooding there on the bottom side of Elsa as it departs. Now, let's take a look farther to the north. This is where the rain is getting to be a bigger and bigger problem. Raleigh still has a flash flood warning in effect, but now warnings and advisories are stretching into Virginia. And the flash flood issue is going to be one of the concerns. Now, Raleigh got one more bout of brief heavy rain to go here, but the flash flood warning is still in effect for another half hour. And the heavy rains have extended north along the Raleigh to Henderson corridor up to near I-85. And that's where the rainfall totals just in the past 6 hours locally approaching half a foot. So you got Henderson under a flash flood warning along with Butner and Oxford until 6:30 local time. And now flood advisories up into the South Hill, Virginia area. And you can see that places like Richmond, Virginia, your rain is about to get a lot heavier, and then D.C. will not be too far behind. And backing out a little bit, see what we're doing wind-wise up here in Virginia. Norfolk, not windy yet, but it will be increasing. And then look at up here in Washington. The gusts are out of the south, 28, 30 miles an hour. That's partially ahead of the front. And then when the low comes up from Elsa, you'll get the winds backing around a little bit. Ocean City, Maryland, gusting to 25 or 30 miles an hour. Now, when you look at the big picture, look at how much rain has dropped. And Mike, we're going to talk a little bit about how heavy could the rains be up in the Northeast. Are we going to get a repeat of what we've had like in Charleston this morning that unfortunately delivered on the water-covered roads?
You know, there just seems like there's always a spot where it really wants to overachieve, doesn't it, Dr. Nab? Let's take you a live look. That is New York City right now. We're under a flash flood warning right now. Boy, where is the city? Nowhere to be found. So much low clouds, heavy rain, raindrops on the camera here. Now, that whole frontal system is going to come in here. It's going to combine with, you know, Elsa. It's really going to get things moving along here. But this, severe storms in late afternoon. Golf ball size hail in Bergen County, covering a lot of the lawn here. Sizable stuff, that's for sure. All right, so we know we've got a lot more weather to go here, Midwest, Northeast, anticipation then of Elsa. So plenty to cover for you here this evening. A couple different locations where we have red on the map tonight, where including the Ohio River Valley, especially around the Louisville area, severe weather associated with Elsa. And then we've also got a system out ahead of Elsa producing the severe weather. So there's that line right there, kind of a kinked stationary front, if you will, and a line of storms, especially in Pennsylvania right now. Elsa's on your doorstep right here, so plenty to consider. And there's the big front in behind that will help continue to push our Elsa out and continue its trajectory in this direction. So again, a lot of things going on right now, especially across the Northeast. So until 9 o'clock tonight, severe thunderstorm watch. And in fact, that does include Philadelphia, New York, Bridgeport, up around Norwich as well. Around Allentown, some pretty good storms, Reading, Pennsylvania as well. Bucks, Lehigh, Northampton counties, all under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. Right along, say, 476, coming up 78. You're going to have those severe thunderstorms with some hail. New York, plenty of rain has hit us. And look at these storms just training on themselves, one after another after another. Bronx, New York, Manhattan, Westchester counties, all under a flash flood warning. That goes until 8:15 tonight, so watch for the high water on the roads right now with considerable flooding anticipated. Go up through the Hudson River Valley. A lot of rain here. Radar estimating about 4 inches of rain has fallen in the last 3 hours, about 1.5 inches around New York, but still may be enough to fill up some low-lying areas or some intersections with some water. Washington Height, water up to the tops of tires. In Ardsley here, all lanes blocked because of high water, so it's ongoing for sure. And with more rain coming in from Elsa, there could be just a continuation of this. You know, all of this, what we're seeing right now, is ahead, though, of Elsa's arrival. It could bring a lot of rain, the potential for some flooding as well. Dr. Nab coming back with a look at that, because we're kind of setting the table here. Actually, really, truly, Dr. Nab, last couple of days, we've had severe weather in the Northeast, so really wet ground here.
Yeah, and the trough, the frontal system that is bringing Elsa northeastward has been causing some of that rainy weather and storminess in the Northeast. And now it's no longer just about the Carolinas. Now the flood advisories are making their way into Virginia, and this is a taste of what's to come in cities like Richmond and Norfolk and D.C. And even through tomorrow morning, this whole area, Ocean City, Richmond, Norfolk, could get some flash flooding. But that's not all for overnight tonight. Because of the fast forward motion of Elsa and that frontal system coming in, overnight tonight, New York City, one of the places that could be susceptible to flash flooding, and it will start into tomorrow morning for even the interior New England. And that's just through tomorrow morning. So let's take a look at the future radar. You can see the rains of Elsa coming in, Atlantic City and Cape Cod area getting some heavy rain late tonight and then early tomorrow morning. There is the rain, east of the I-95 corridor mainly, getting up into Hartford, and that takes us into the mid-morning hours when it'll get into Providence and then eventually Boston before it clears out rain-wise in the afternoon. But you still have a little bit of lingering rain from that front. So you got to add all of that together, and tomorrow afternoon mainly, and then into tomorrow night for Maine. That's where we could have flash flooding from Hartford through Boston and Portland. And if we add it all up, there's some impressive rainfall totals that are possible locally. The Euro has a few spots of 3 to 5. The GFS even more. GFS has a very significant corridor of 3, 4, 5 inches of rainfall. And in urbanized areas, Mike, that is going to cause flash flooding when it happens in a relatively short period of time. But fortunately, by your weekend, the rain should be out of here.
All right, Dr. Knapp, thank you so much for that. Appreciate it. Well, Tropical Storm Elsa certainly taking a toll on trees across the southeast. This video from social media shows survey the damage. This storm passing through Hilton Head, South Carolina this morning. Winds gusting about 40 miles an hour. In these hours, it kind of just in the pre-dawn hours is when it was happening for us here. So you take a look at some of the winds that we're seeing, and I think probably for a lot of people, Dr. Knapp, they were anticipating the winds to come down. They really haven't much with Elsa. They've really sustained it, and even in the last advisory, come up a notch.
Yeah, and I think that is going to remain the case. We cannot count on Elsa weakening at any point now, between now and when it leaves the United States. So that's why the tropical storm warnings all the way up through Boston. And the greatest chances are where you're really near the coast, but a little bit inland from there, you could get the tropical storm force winds at least in gusts. And looking at the timing, like overnight tonight, you're talking Atlantic City, New Jersey, the winds could arrive. 5 a.m. or so is when your strongest winds in New York City could arrive. Boston might be mid to late tomorrow morning, and then up into Maine, it'd be in the PM hours tomorrow. So got to get ready for the possibility of trees coming down and for some power outages. Hatteras and Norfolk will be gusting for quite a while this evening. It'll take until after midnight for eastern North Carolina and Hampton Roads to really calm down. And you'll still have a stiff southeast breeze, southwest breeze along the coast of North Carolina, South Carolina. Looking a little farther north, Atlantic City, New York City, Ocean City, Philly. Watch tomorrow morning as the winds will be pretty strong and gusting to 30 miles an hour all the way into the late morning. Midday, things will finally calm down a bit. So it's going to be a windy morning as the front and Elsa both come through. And, it always seems like the Cape and the islands catch pretty strong winds, 40, 50, 60 mile an hour gusts there.
Introducing Domino's new 2-minute guarantee. Order Domino's Carside Delivery. Check in when you arrive, and we'll be headed out the door less than 2 minutes after it's ready, or your next pizza is free. Nothing will stop us from getting out the door fast. Rain, snow, wind, and wild animals? Carry out 3-topping pizzas for $7.99 and put our 2-minute guarantee to the test.
Kids can change minds. They can even change the world around us. Packed with protein plus 21 vitamins and minerals, we nourish them with Carnation Breakfast Essentials. Because today could change everything.
Ladies, check it out. So strong, so not ripped.
What are we talking about?
That's the Hefty Ultra Strong bag.
Hefty, hefty, hefty.
Give me the bag.
Get Hefty Ultra Strong at a low price.
We've never been so ready to get back out there. And with Copper Tone Sport, we can reclaim the boulders, the backwoods, and the breakers. Copper Tone Sport. Find your sun.
Big summer savings are happening this month at Napa. Get 20% off 3 or more items with a $2.99 Napa bucket. Or get $20 back on any Napa automotive battery. When it comes to finding you great deals, our motor never quits.
Smile. Publishers Clearinghouse is all across America.
August 31st, you could win $5,000 a week for life.
It's me. Enter now at pch.com.
$5,000 a week for life.
Around here, they say if you don't like the weather, just wait a minute.
I love to watch the waves after a storm. The storm can be long gone, but the waves just keep going.
Ask my history teacher where to go to college. He said, go where you like the weather. Best advice I've ever gotten.
Get into the out there. The Weather Channel.
New video of the heavy rain coming down in East Chester, New York this evening, pouring out of the gutters, literally and figuratively, it seems, in buckets. And more rounds of rain expected as Tropical Storm Elsa treks increasingly quickly up the coast, but not fast enough that it doesn't have time to dump a lot of really heavy rainfall. The rainfall rates are going to be pretty high, and the winds will be stronger than you might think. I mean, a tropical storm, especially one that is centered on land, can fool you into thinking not that big a deal. But the right-hand side of it is not only the rainy side, it is the windy side, because over the water, the winds can stay a little bit stronger. And where we see our low-pressure center crossing the North Carolina-Virginia border, the pressure gradient identified by these isobars is packing a punch. Pretty strong winds today on the coastlines of South Carolina and North Carolina, and that will be increasing up through the Delmarva and into the Northeast. Current winds on the south side of this, where we've had the strongest winds over the last several hours, still gusting over 30 miles an hour at Wilmington, gusting to 39 at New Bern, Hatteras, well over 30 miles an hour. And that's the area where earlier we've seen some pretty strong winds. Curry Beach, gust to 52 with sustained 43. Bonafide tropical storm conditions. Johnny Mercer Pier out here, gust to 59 with a sustained wind of 50. So it's the actual observations in this area that caused the Hurricane Center to set the maximum sustained winds here at the 5 p.m. advisory at 50 miles an hour. So we're getting bonafide tropical storm conditions. And when you look at what is happening next, a lot of winds observed even down into the Myrtle Beach area of tropical storm force. But it's not just about the wind, it's about the water too. We still have a flash flood warning for Raleigh and getting up north of there, and our first flood advisory and flash flood warning just now appearing here in southern Virginia. Richmond, Washington, D.C., heavy rain and flood potential not far behind, Mike.
Not a fun night for so many folks with the wind and the rain. How about some of the most intense moments that we've seen from Tropical Storm Elsa over the past few days? We begin with the winds whipping across Cedar Key, Florida. This it was just about to make landfall. Now, the west coast of Florida feeling some of the strongest winds, and the winds have stayed gusty right through the southeast. Then how about the tornadoes? Always a risk with tropical weather. This video capturing the moment a tornado raced through Jacksonville yesterday. This was an EF2 tornado, winds almost 130 miles an hour. Look at everything getting thrown around, spiraling through the air. All kinds of dangers there, right? That was a big cone tornado, too, that came right through, and it was just rain wrapped the whole time. Then how about some of the storm surge pushing ashore early yesterday in southwest Florida? This video on Pine Island, offshore of Cape Coral, Fort Myers here. The Gulf, not happy, that's for sure. Now, we've seen worse for sure. We've seen some big hurricanes out there in the Gulf, but huge nuisance flooding for us in places like Charleston this morning. Streets had to be closed. They did end up reopening within a few hours, but a lot of the typical places that usually flood were flooding once again. We do this routine over and over and over again in some of these historic neighborhoods in Charleston. All right, so it seems like we've been talking about Elsa for a while. We have. Let's go back a week ago. Hadn't even gotten to the islands yet. It's out here in the Atlantic, but really starting to spin up the convection, then hits the islands right here, makes its way past Haiti, kind of cuts right between Haiti and Jamaica, comes into Cuba, makes landfall in Cuba. Convection falls apart a little bit, strengthens then as it gets into the Gulf of Mexico, back into a hurricane, down to a tropical storm at landfall. But it really looks great on the satellite. Look at that presentation there. Doesn't that look really good? About as good as it looked the entire time, and then rolled its way through Georgia. And now, as you see, it's in its way through the Carolinas. How about some of the landfall locations? Taylor County, Florida, tropical storm winds at 65 miles per hour with pressure just under 1,000 millibars. Highest wind gusts, by the way, happening out here in South Carolina, 81 mile per hour wind gusts overnight. Crazy stuff. And what's really crazy, Dr. Nab, is maybe one of the best forecasted tropical systems in recent memory.
Yeah, and Mike, and this is because of what strategy? The Hurricane Center taking the average of the various models. You know, if you look back at what was happening on July the 3rd when it was in the Caribbean, you still had models that were right of the cone, left of the cone. The Hurricane Center was talking all about the uncertainty and the track and intensity forecast as we were, but they kept taking an average, the consensus approach, and that kind of balances out the biases in the models that were going left or right. The good thing here, Mike, though, is that the models in mass didn't all shift one way or another, and when the average stays in about the same place, the Hurricane Center's forecast is going to be pretty good.
Gives you a lot more confidence. Man, that thing was dead on, wasn't it? It was amazing, right? Dr. Knapp, thank you. Hey, more live coverage when we come back as the system moves up the East Coast. And a reminder, you can always watch the Weather Channel's live coverage of Tropical Storm Elsa streaming on Roku and your Amazon Fire device.
Good boy.
The Coast Guard rescuing 4 people from a capsized boat off the coast of Destin, Florida last night. The Coast Guard response boat returning from another case came across the 4 boaters in trouble, and more units were sent in to help. Everyone pulled to safety. Being out in the ocean in the dark on a sinking boat, scary, scary stuff as a tropical storm then passed you by. Scary for sure, but hats off to the Coast Guard for a job well done once again. Hey, welcome back, everyone. You're watching Weather Underground. I'm Mike Bettis with our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb, and our live coverage from the field as well. Tropical Storm Elsa pushing toward Virginia at this hour. Our Justin Michaels in Virginia Beach. Maybe, you know, you do this all the time, Justin, and I love it because you find yourself positioned well a lot of times where you're giving it kind of the before, the during, and after, which will likely happen tonight.
Sure. Yeah, exactly. In fact, we know it's going to get worse before it gets better here in Virginia Beach over the course of this evening. But right now, we finally, for the first time during this entire storm, as Elsa has been continuing to push north and northeast, we have the wind that has kicked in. I'm waiting to get an updated number as far as the wind speed right now, because it is a constant and persistent wind coming out of the south. Kind of interesting that it just came out of nowhere. No rain, though. Something else we're not seeing a lot of is people on the beach, and that's because right now Virginia Beach is stopping people from being on the beach. The few folks you see down there are talking to the lifeguards in that truck, and that's because the lifeguards are telling them, you guys need to get back up on the boardwalk. You're not allowed to be. But how often do you see a beach in the dead of summer right now when it should be filled with people? And right now there's one family walking back. I mean, just look at the entire length of the beach all the way down to the fishing pier. You don't see a soul. So how is this going to go over the course of this evening? Well, we do know maybe 5, 6, 7, 8 o'clock, we could really get some nasty bands of Tropical Storm Elsa coming through. We do have a tropical storm warning here. We also have a tornado watch in place. Let's hope that does not get elevated to a warning, a tornado warning. We know that that has happened in several parts of Virginia and North Carolina, not all that far from where I'm standing. And then as the evening goes on, it's going to start to wane a little bit, and that's the good news for people who are here vacationing and also the folks who live here, is the fact that as this evening goes on, 9, 10, 11, 12 o'clock, it's going to start continuing to push off to the northeast and eventually be completely out of here. We're going to still have these gusty, windy conditions probably for a little bit as it's going away, but as far as the rain threat and the possibility of getting back out on the beach, well, that's probably going to be available, Dr. Nab, to people tomorrow afternoon, especially on Saturday. But Dr. Nab, something else we always talk about as these storms go through is the rip current risk. So we have to wonder how much swimming people are going to be able to do safely over the next couple days. We know the lifeguards will be on top of that. Dr.
Yeah, just
Nab,
wait till the weekend when the weather will be so much better and the ocean won't be so angry. But in any case, swim only at guarded beaches. We've got a tropical storm that is centered over land, and that might lead you to believe that it's not a big problem and it can't remain strong. But the problem is that its stronger, rainier side is hugging the coastline, and it's tapping into the energy from the Gulf Stream, and it's got some mid-latitude energy with a frontal system approaching. It's all coming together here, and Elsa is not weakening. In fact, the maximum sustained wind still at 50 miles per hour. That's actually up from the previous advisory because we measured 50-mile-an-hour sustained winds on the coast of North Carolina. And that's where the maximum winds are. It's not in here. It's only because it's near the coast that it's still able to produce sustained winds of tropical storm force. But because of that, tropical storm warnings go all the way up to Boston. By Saturday, I'll be out of here, but between now and then, overnight tonight, be coming through New Jersey, and then early tomorrow morning coming through Hartford and reaching Boston later in the morning, and then Maine later in the day. Because of that pressure gradient on the right-hand side, and we've got plenty of winds on that southeast side, still gusting 30, 40 miles an hour in a lot of places, even at New Bern, not on the immediate Atlantic coastline. Here is the area near Wilmington and Wrightsville Beach, where we got the sustained winds up to 50 miles an hour, gusts up near 60. But the rain's becoming a bigger and bigger problem for Virginia now. If you look at the corridor of the heaviest rain is with the inner core, such as it is, of our tropical storm. And we have a flash flood warning for Henderson along I-85. The warning down in Raleigh is no more, but we already had reports of road closed within the last hour or so in the Purnell area. So there still could be some lingering problems on the roads. Now we've got a flash flood warning into Virginia just east of South Hill. Getting on and off I-85 in that area could be problematic. And those heavy rains are about to get into Richmond. Not long before we get them into the D.C. area. And the winds are on the increase in Virginia as well. Not too bad now, but Mike, especially along the coast and in the Chesapeake, it'll be pretty breezy tonight.
For sure. Dr. Nab, thanks for that. Coming up, we go in depth on Elsa's future track across the Northeast with tropical storm warnings extending into New England.
Ladies.
Welcome back to Weather Underground. Hello to you in State College, Pennsylvania, and campus here of Penn State University. Boy, it is cloudy. It's about to get really rainy for us. We've actually had some really good thunderstorms here across the Northeast, and by good, I mean bad. We've had a line of severe weather that's rolled through Pennsylvania, out through New York, and this is all ahead of Tropical Storm Elsa that will be right on the doorstep of these storms. So a lot to talk about here this evening because it's been day after day of storms in the Northeast, and that would be okay if the front would just come through and clear them out, but then you've got Elsa first, and then they'll clear out. But a couple different areas to watch, including across the Northeast, down here across the Mid-Atlantic, that's Elsa-induced, and then we've got the front back here across the Midwest, producing some stormy weather across the Ohio Valley. So you can see those storms right in there, and they're ripping across the Buckeye State back down along the river here. Look how stormy the conditions are across the Northeast right now. And then there's Elsa. So again, 3 different entities to follow right now. Severe thunderstorm watch, New York, dead center of it right now. Allentown, Philly, Bridgeport, Hartford, Norwich, Providence, Boston, not included in that, but I do think you could still get some storms tonight. All right, taking to the storms just outside of Philly. The storms are just now pulling north, but storms west of you in Chester, Delaware, and Montgomery County are severe thunderstorm warned. Storms then, let's just say outside of Patterson around Mount Olive, up here in New York, we've got some issues. More Sussex and Warren counties under a severe thunderstorm warning until 6:15. Then we take you over to New York itself. Boy, we had a lot of heavy rain in here, and a flash flood warning is in effect for us here. But how about this severe thunderstorm warning out around Islip, Nassau, and Suffolk counties are under a severe thunderstorm warning. There's so much rain here. Some places more than 4 inches of rain. Bronx, Nassau, and Queens counties all under flash flood warnings. That goes until 7 o'clock this evening, and more rain to come, unfortunately. Very unsettled here through the evening. A lot of stormy conditions for us here in the Ohio Valley. Just buckets and buckets of rain for us here along the East Coast this evening. That little bad boy spinning up, boy, isn't that something to watch? Just the rotation on that is beautiful, but you don't like to see all that rain, especially when it's accompanied by some big wind, and it may be very, very gusty. Trees coming down could be a big issue for us going through the night and tomorrow morning. Where's that system now, though? It's pulling into Virginia. Our Justin Michaels in Virginia Beach for us right now, where the conditions, Justin, anticipated to go downhill pretty quickly tonight.
Yeah, definitely. And you talk about the potential for those gusty winds. We could see gusting winds 40, 50, 60 miles per hour here in Virginia Beach and in this entire Norfolk, Virginia area. So it's not going to be an evening that people want to be out tonight. In addition to that, could we see several more inches of rain tonight? It certainly is possible. Now, it's certainly breezy here now, and this really just kicked in the last half an hour. Hasn't really been all that windy until this last half hour, and we know it's going to stay like this for the next several hours as people go through their evenings here in Virginia Beach. We have a tornado watch in effect, folks, and that means you need to make sure your plan is ready. It doesn't mean you have to implement it yet, but make sure you know what you're doing, where you're going to get your information from, and what you're going to do if, in fact, it turns into a tornado warning here in Virginia Beach or any area around Virginia Beach, Norfolk, the Hampton Roads area. Just make sure you have an idea of what you're going to do. We have our safe places that we're going to dart back into if we know there's a tornado warning. We also have the tropical storm warning in place, and we're going to have that for a while. The tornado watch, by the way, goes through 11 o'clock tonight. Tornado warning is until they decide to make it expire as far as the National Hurricane Center goes. So we're watching them on that. But we do know throughout the course of this evening, it's going to last for a while and really not putter out until probably midnight or a little bit after. And then it's going to clear out a little bit, but those winds are going to stick around for a while. And as you can see, the beach here in Virginia Beach is completely void of the number one thing that should be on that beach, and that's people. Well, the lifeguards are making sure nobody goes out there because it's dangerous at this point, and they don't want to have to deal with what potential could be, Mike, if somebody decides to get a little unruly and go out into the water. So nobody on the beach until the lifeguards say it's good to go, and we'll keep you posted if that happens tonight, but I doubt it. Best beach bet tomorrow afternoon, Saturday. Mike, into you.
I got to say, Justin, looking at that beach, not a soul on it. I mean, who would ever have thought middle of July that's what we'd be looking at?
Yeah, middle of summer, Mike. You'd think that it should be filled with people even at this hour, but definitely right now, Elsa is keeping people away. She needs to, all the jokes that are out there, let it go. Just let it go.
I like what you did there. Very good. It's a Disney cast tonight here. Justin, thank you so much for that. I want to update you on what's going on with the new tornado warning that's been issued right there at the North Carolina and Virginia state line. So in Camden and in Gates counties, we're under a severe thunderstorm warning that includes a tornado. Okay, so a little bit of rotation right there along Highway 158 moving north. Suffolk, if it holds together, you could be threatened here. So I want you to get to your safe place. That's going to be lowest level of your home. If you happen to have a basement or storm shelter, obviously great place for you to go, but an interior room on the ground level of your home does offer you some protection. That'd be a hallway, under a stairwell, if you got a closet or a bathroom, no windows, that's really going to be beneficial for you. You can see Court Peak, Saunders, Russell, all in the path of this tornado. Take shelter in a place like Russell, going to be there around the top of the hour. More coverage of Elsa and severe weather when we come back right here on Weather Underground.
Oh, hello.
We've got a tornado warning tonight, moving from North Carolina into Virginia tonight, and it could eventually include the city of Suffolk. We've got about 50,000 people that will be in harm's way here this evening. So Camden and Gates counties under a tornado warning right now. Norfolk sits right in here. Suffolk sits right in here. Radar indicated tornado moving north here. If you look at the radar velocities, right in there is where the tornado would be sitting. Again, moving in this direction, that clearly puts Suffolk in harm's way. Now, it may be a little bit of time before it gets there, and hopefully it can dissipate before it gets there. But having said that, if you're living in Suffolk right now, we'd urge you to be monitoring the weather very, very closely. And if it were to hit you, it'd be a little bit from now. It'd be about 20 minutes from now, so you've got a little bit of time. Watch the radar closely, get everyone in your family together, and be prepared to go to shelter very, very quickly. Saunders could be there around top of the hour, 6 o'clock, and in Baileytown around 6:14. A lot of these storms could produce severe thunderstorms and tornadoes, all associated with Tropical Storm Elsa. So let's bring in our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knapp, for the latest on Elsa. Still, this thing has staying power, Dr. Knapp. In fact, it even got a tick stronger in the last advisory.
And that's mainly because it is, while centered inland, close enough to the Atlantic coast to be producing strong winds that have the extra energy from the Gulf Stream. And when you're at the actual coast, the land isn't slowing down the wind. So this is where the strongest winds are going to be, right near the coast. But it is windy and rainy, and with a flood potential extending a fair distance inland as well. But these 50-mile-an-hour max winds are out in here, not associated with the center of the cyclone itself. You look where the gradient is, it extends mainly to the east, and that's why the coast of North Carolina has been getting the strong winds this afternoon. Right now, in the Wilmington area, it's still gusting 30 to 40 miles an hour. New Bern is gusting near 40, Hatteras above 30. That will be increasing, and the reason the Hurricane Center put the max winds at 50 instead of 45 at 5 p.m. is because of these observations along the Wrightsville Beach area. Sustained winds measured near 50 miles per hour, gusts near 60. So no better way to assess the maximum sustained winds in a tropical storm than to actually measure them on the ground where it's happening. And that's what the advisory numbers are intended to convey. And it'll stay at 50 miles an hour in the Hurricane Center's forecast because they're presuming Elsa will still produce essentially the same kind of pressure gradient and winds now, all the way through its departure past New England, when it will become a post-tropical system late Friday into early Saturday. And because of that, tropical storm warnings along the coast all the way up into Boston. And this will play out relatively quickly. We're not far away from tropical storm conditions getting into the Hampton Roads area. It'll be tomorrow morning getting into a place like Hartford and then into Boston after that. The winds aren't too bad in Virginia yet, but the rain is on the increase, Mike.
Doc, thanks so much for that. And then we take you into Texas, and yep, now we've seen it all. If you need to get through a flooded street, you don't have a boat, then you just use your air mattress, I guess. Well, that's exactly what was spotted on this street in Corpus Christi. Are you kidding me? This guy making the best of things, I guess, by floating down the street because you're having a hard time driving. This area has gotten about a half a foot of rain, and more is in the forecast, unfortunately. We've just had this really pesky system. It is stuck around for days now, producing heavy amounts of rain, especially coastal Texas, and flooding has been a huge issue for us. Flooding and thunderstorms from Corpus to Victoria up through Houston, big rain coming across I-10 in Louisiana as well. But Texas in particular, really hard hit. Aransas, Calhoun, Refugio counties all under flash flood warnings just like we were yesterday. Nothing's changed. The really heavy rain is centered a little bit east of you there. Port O'Connor getting hit pretty hard here. Bay City, you'll be next. But right there in Port O'Connor, flash flood warning, Calhoun County until 7:15. A really heavy rain. To look at some of the totals that we've seen in the past 24 hours. Almost a foot here outside of Corpus, 4 inches here outside of Rockport, and similar for us outside of Port O'Connor. So any kind of rain like that, more rain to come, means that flooding is going to be ongoing. Look at all this, just making a beeline in from the Gulf of Mexico. So a heavy rain is ongoing through the night tonight. I think now Victoria, Houston, and Galveston are all targets, and even a place maybe like a Lake Charles over toward Port Arthur, heads up here, but not liking the look of this and how concentrated that rain is between Victoria and Houston. Houston floods very easily, so I'd be concerned throughout the day tomorrow about how much rain could come for us in the Houston metro area. But I think Corpus, Victoria, and Freeport, you're the big targets, not ruling out some flooding there in Houston either. Then tomorrow through Saturday, that same area, Victoria to Freeport in particular, we got a higher risk for flooding there. I want you to stick around. Coming up in our next hour, more live coverage of severe weather and Tropical Storm Elsa now lashing the mid-Atlantic. Live reports from Virginia Beach when we return. Right now on Weather Underground, Elsa spreading heavy rain into the mid-Atlantic. The tropical storm lashing the Carolinas and Virginia before heading into the Northeast with heavy rain, gusty winds, and the threat of tornadoes all ongoing. In Elsa's story, not done tonight. Tropical storm warnings extend north into New England. Our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knapp, breaks down what to expect on this special extended edition of Weather Underground. Glad you're with us tonight for Weather Underground. I'm Mike Bettis, joined by our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knapp, in the lab this evening. Elsa, still going strong, still racing its way through the mid-Atlantic, has picked up some forward speed in places like Raleigh. You've been hit, knocking down trees in the path of Elsa here. A woman who lives in this home in Hope Mills, she just moved in yesterday. Can you believe the awful timing, right? She says she was out getting some coffee, came home to find this tree on her roof. Thank goodness she wasn't home. Elsewhere, drains filled with water, trees came down, streets across the city had plenty of water, and then plenty of cleanup to boot. All right, so let's bring you the latest on Tropical Storm Elsa. We have a 50-mile-per-hour tropical storm right now, moving northeast at 21, so it's picked up a good amount of forward speed here in the last 24 hours. And still, again, north and east side is where all the action is right now. Hardly a breeze on the west side, really gusty on the east side. 125 miles outside of Norfolk, Virginia with the latest advisory. A couple of flash flood warnings, tornado warnings embedded within this, including a tornado warning in Virginia and Suffolk County right now. Suffolk, the town, sits right in here. Radar indicated tornado and our warning until 6:15 tonight. A little bit of rotation right in there. Storm moving to the north. It's going to happen pretty quickly. I want you to get to a safe spot here in Suffolk as fast as you can here. In Saunders, in Suffolk, in Beeman, in Chuckatuck, these are all places where a tornado could be coming your way. So lowest level of your home, if that's a basement, it's great. If it's not, that's still okay. You can still offer yourself a lot of protection by being on the ground level and away from exterior walls and windows. Just protect yourself, get down low. Maybe it's a bathroom without windows, closet, something like that. Get the whole family in there and protect yourself. In Suffolk, going to be there shortly. You got about 7 minutes or so. Storm's moving pretty quickly here, so you don't have much time to get to some shelter. Bigger picture, a larger area that has a tornado watch in effect. And what that means is conditions are favorable for tornadoes to form. They may not necessarily be happening in all these spots, small locations where tornadoes could happen, but until about 11 o'clock, all these locations from Norfolk to Richmond to Salisbury, be on the lookout for tornadoes. Be ready to take shelter when a warning is issued for your area. Tropical storm warnings from Wilmington, North Carolina, all the way through coastal Massachusetts, does include Boston. And you take a look with all the heavy rain that's coming in, flash flood watches, Richmond, Windsor, up around Baltimore and D.C., Ocean City, all basically of Delaware and New Jersey as well. So heavy rain and wind are on the way. Let's get you to the action tonight. The Weather Channel's Justin Michaels is in Virginia Beach for us, where the weather hasn't been awful today so far, Justin, but it's about to get a whole lot worse.
Yeah, definitely. We expect it to get worse before it gets better here in Virginia Beach. We have had a few, squalls come through and just dump a ton of rain, blow a lot of wind. Then it backs off a little bit. It's not too nice right now. We're kind of protected by a building because we want to talk to somebody from emergency management. Dave Tubzinski from emergency management. You're the deputy coordinator, Dave. So you right now, because your boss, he's not in town, so you're in charge of everything. So as far as the emergency management here in Virginia Beach, the risk for flooding, the risk, we're in a tornado watch right now. I mean, you probably have some concerns right now. So how do you go through an evening like this with a tropical storm bearing down?
Yeah, so we have a lot of plans in place. We exercise them around the year. We're no stranger to flooding or wind type events from different types of storm systems. So it's really a team approach. All the departments across the city have hurricane and severe weather annexes in their emergency plans that they coordinate through emergency management, and we all work together out of the Emergency Operations Center, and then just day to day and week to week. So we started preparing for this last Friday and then Monday with all the different departments from Public Works to Public Safety, beach operations, our traffic management, to really manage what we think will be the big concerns, which would be the loose flying debris and some flooding, especially in the Back Bay, Pungo area that's prone to flooding with these southern type winds. Our traffic management folks do a great job of managing the roadways back there.
Well, I also noticed a lot of lifeguards are out right now with an important job, keeping people completely not just out of the water, but off the beach. What's the goal there? Just for safety?
Yeah, it's really safety. You know, the sand gets blown around, objects left on the beach. They do a great job of clearing the beach and securing loose items. But, you know, we still don't want those projectiles with a gust to come blowing either off the ocean or down the beach and hurt somebody. You know, it's the middle of the summer. We've got a lot of people from out of town, so we try to stress, you know, personal readiness and personal safety, not just with our guests, but also with our residents. So we have our hotline set up, our VB alerts to sign up for. And part of that whole process is clearing the beach and keeping our visitors and our residents safe.
Well, and Dave, we know several parts of Virginia, North Carolina have seen tornado watches turn into warnings and actual tornadoes touch down. That's part of the risk with this storm. From an emergency management perspective, what's your request of people on a night like this where the weather can change on a dime?
Really, it's, you know, pay attention, monitor the weather, listen to like official sources for weather alerts. You know, have your phones turned on. You can get the emergency alerts to your phone. If you haven't already done so, you can sign up for the VB alerts, which sends you the weather alerts to your mobile devices. You know, bbgov.com/VB alert. There's actually special alerts for like Sandbridge and some of our beach areas too that might be more prone for certain hazards. So really just that personal readiness and watching the TV, listening to the radio, and heeding warnings. If you hear the warning, take cover, you know, and don't disregard an emergency message that gets put out like that.
Dave Topzinski, Deputy Emergency Management Coordinator. We appreciate you, sir.
Thank
you. It's always good to be in your city. We love it here. Thank you very much. So you heard it from emergency management. What's the best thing you can do? Be ready. Have a plan. Make sure you're not going into this evening without knowing what's going on. Have a way to communicate, Dr. Knabb. The biggest thing people need to do is have that plan, prepare, and be ready to implement it. And we tell people that all the time on the Weather Channel, Dr. Knabb. Have the plan and be ready to put it into action. Into you.
Yeah, and Justin, given the types of hazards we're dealing with winds that could bring down some trees, rainfall that could bring some flooding, staying off the roads is probably the safest thing you can do tonight. Look at this flooding in the New York City area. My goodness. And this isn't even directly associated with the circulation near the center of Elsa. Oh my goodness, look at all of that water that's in an urbanized area. When you get juicy summertime tropical moisture to make it all its way up the East Coast, the systems, the infrastructure are going to be no match for it. It just takes too long for it to drain. And, you know, if you drive through that kind of water, you could get stuck, could have a pretty big repair bill, and if someone has to come get you, you're giving the authorities more things to do. So I know it's that time of day, people want to be getting home, but it is probably a good night to delay your commute home or drive across town anywhere that there's flash flooding occurring. And we see here is Elsa, but here's a low pressure system with a frontal boundary. And all of this is merging in the mid-Atlantic and Northeast. So we're getting a collision of systems, collision of moisture, and it is really coming down from northern North Carolina, southern Virginia, all the way up into Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New York, and getting into New England. So this is the main part of Elsa. This is ahead of the front. So you can see how they're kind of getting a little closer together. Let's look up in New York City, though, where we've got a lot of lightning, a lot of training showers and thunderstorms. This flash flood warning for the big part of the New York City area until 7 p.m. local time. It is still raining in spots in that area, but as you saw in that video, it's going to take a while for those waters to drain. And you go up into Pennsylvania, go up into Connecticut, you've got the flash flood warning. This is in the White Plains and over to Paterson, New Jersey, until 6:15 local time. And if it doesn't stop raining, they might have to extend at least an advisory beyond that time. Let's look at some of the descriptive reports of what's going on. Washington Heights flooding on major Deegan Expressway near Cross Bronx Expressway. All lanes blocked and vehicles stranded. That's what can happen when you drive through water-covered roads. Not far from there in Fordham, all lanes blocked on I-87. Washington Heights water up to the tire. So we saw the video evidence of what these descriptions are showing, and it's a problem all the way up into the White Plains area. Now, Elsa is on the way too. So this might not be the end of the wind and the rain for New York City and for much of the I-95 corridor in the Northeast. The winds will be dying down here in North Carolina before too long, and they will be on the increase in the Chesapeake area and going northeastward from there. Closer you are to the coast, the more likely the winds will be strengthening. Norfolk has now gusted to 21 miles an hour, and that will be on the increase where Justin Michaels is. So here is the front end of the heavy rainfall that's bonafide Elsa itself, and we've got some flash flooding going on down in southern Virginia right now. Near the South Hill and Powelton areas, flash flood warning until 10 o'clock. And here east of Keysville in the Lunenburg County area, a flash flood warning until 10 p.m. local time. And so backing out. So we've already got the problems in New York City, but a lot of other big cities and even interior New England, even west of I-95 as that front comes in and Elsa comes north, tonight into tomorrow morning could get the flash flooding. And then it will continue as Elsa itself comes in. So we kind of have round two of the heavy rain coming late tonight, early tomorrow morning to New York City, and then tomorrow it gets really heavy in places like Providence and Boston, Mike.
Yeah, it's a really complicated pattern. A lot happening for us with all these storms, Dr. Nab. Thank you. I want to take a more detailed look at some of the severe weather that's occurring for us, Midwest into the Northeast, and then eventually the ramifications of Elsa as well. Highlighted on this map, 3 different areas of bright red, including what's happening with Elsa with severe weather, that stationary front in the Northeast, the big cold front here in the Midwest. All of these spots were triggering storms right now. Big line back here along the Ohio River. Kinked stationary front here, really disturbed pattern across the Northeast. Then, of course, severe weather that could be induced by a tropical storm Elsa. There's our severe thunderstorm watch that goes until 9 o'clock tonight. Philly, New York, Bridgeport, Hartford, we're all in that. Take a look at the stormy weather from Harrisburg over toward Philadelphia, up around Wilkesboro here. These are all places where a ton of rain is happening for us right now. A lot of lightning as well, and some severe thunderstorm warnings too. Going just north of Philadelphia, headed up toward Buckingham here, Bucks, Hunterdon, and Montgomery counties all under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. That's until 6:45. Watch for high winds and hail with that. And then numerous severe thunderstorm warnings being issued now around Hunterdon, Morrison, Somerset counties as we work our way just outside of Westfield, just outside of Newark and New York. These thunderstorms are moving off to the northeast. That warning goes until 7 o'clock tonight. Big clusters of thunderstorms in New York and out through Long Island tonight, coming over the Sound. Very windy here. You don't want to be on the boat tonight. Then you can see the storms, or clusters of storms here that will die down with that front tonight as the atmosphere begins to cool as the sun sets, but also really intense storms get hit around the Capital District. More storms rolling up through the Delmarva as a result of Elsa, and that system just shooting in this direction. The center of Elsa may almost come right over New York, and so we think some really high winds and rain are going to be an issue for us as that system continues to pull through. That's going to be in the morning, so a lot of you are going to feel the winds pick up and the rain fall down tonight. You wake up tomorrow morning, you head out the door to work. It's going to be a whole different story here. It could bring a lot of rain, the potential for some flooding, the potential for some wind damage. Dr. Nab, you look at that track. Amazing to think all the places it's gone, and its final farewell could be a track that goes right over New York, Hartford, or Boston. Isn't that something?
Yeah, so a lot of big cities, while they're getting some weather today in the Northeast and New England, it's not going to be the end of it until Elsa comes through tomorrow. So once again, New York City still under a flash flood warning till 7 local time with a lot of lightning. And again, the threat through tomorrow morning includes Albany, New York. It starts to include Boston, Massachusetts, and includes Philadelphia. Now again, I want to go through the future radar again and go a little farther this time. So again, New York City could get another round overnight. If you're lucky, it'll go farther to the east, but Long Island likely to get some heavy rain. And then Boston tomorrow morning, the heavy rains will be on the increase and really maximize, I think, late morning into midday. And that could be some flood-producing rains. You keep tapping into Atlantic moisture, and we don't totally get rid of it until late Friday night. So we got problems overnight tonight, but then tomorrow night into very early Saturday in Boston and Hartford and Providence, interior portions of New England with the terrain effects could get some flooding rains, and then coastal areas of Maine, including the populated cities of like Bangor and Portland, could get flooding out of Elsa itself as it goes by. So with the frontal system and Elsa coming through, the models are adding up all the rain, and the morning model from the Euro has some spots that are in the 3, maybe 3 to 5 inch range, and the GFS paints an even more concerning picture about the rainfall totals. And when you see a global model kick out a fairly large area of 3, 4, 5 inches of rain, it's not just going to be about what rain falls in one spot. It's the volume of water, Mike, in that area, along with the wind concerns that we've got up there.
100%. No question about that, Dr. Nab. And then we know all this ahead of Elsa's arrival in the Northeast brings a lot of rain, brings some wind for us as well. How much could we be looking at here, do you think?
Well, these gusts that we've seen up to 60 miles an hour on the coast of North Carolina with sustained 50, that is something that's possible along the coast of the Northeast and the New England area. So that's why the tropical storm warnings go as far north as they do, all the way up into the Cape Cod and Nantucket areas, with the winds arriving tomorrow morning in a place like Hartford and eastern Long Island, later in the morning, Cape Cod and the islands. And even on the south side of this, it's going to take until tomorrow morning for the winds along Cape Hatteras and in Norfolk, Virginia to die down. And then let's look at the winds really quickly for the New York City area. It will be on the increase overnight tonight and won't die down until we get to about midday tomorrow.
The Capital One Venture card. You were an
New video to show you flash flooding happening here in New York City. Oh my goodness. Look at all the vehicles swamped by the water here. And then what I would urge you not to do, folks, though, is travel through, if you can make it through water like this, and is not to make a big wake. Look at how you're just making waves into other people's vehicles, and you could be flooding out someone else's vehicles. So try to be polite if we can when we're out there in the flood. But a lot going on for us right now in the Northeast with day after day of severe thunderstorms and torrential downpours right there at the subway station. Check this out. Big time rain for us here as well. A lot of cars trying to make their way through it and going real slow, not knowing exactly how deep that water there is at the intersection. Be careful. We've got a flash flood warning in effect right now. It includes the Bronx, includes Manhattan as well. A very complex system here in the east. We've got severe thunderstorms happening for us in the Northeast, and then Tropical Storm Elsa on its heels. So a lot happening already before Elsa even gets there. Elsa is here and moving its way into the Northeast. Severe thunderstorm watches, tornado watches, in fact, in red, tornado watches because of Tropical Storm Elsa. And we do have tornado warnings within that just outside of Norfolk to the west of Norfolk, and now racing past Suffolk. We've got Newport News and Suffolk. Heads up, Isle of Wight and Surrey counties right now under a tornado warning. That includes Rushmere and Smithfield. A radar indicated, and that goes until 6:45. In Smithfield in particular, get to safety as soon as you can. Severe thunderstorm watch across the Northeast includes Philly and New York. Look at all the rain, heavy thunderstorms, Harrisburg to Allentown, Reading to Trenton tonight. Severe thunderstorm warning around Buckingham, including Bucks and Hunterdon counties. Severe thunderstorm warning around Far Hills and Chester here. Hunterdon, Morrison, Somerset counties. Severe thunderstorm warning for you. And then as you work your way past Mount Olive, another storm coming your way across I-80, Sussex and Warren counties under severe thunderstorm warnings. And there is all the rain coming down for us in New York with Bronx, Nassau, and Queens counties under flash flood warnings until the top of the hour, until top of 7 o'clock. And then up around Rochester, flash flood warning here. Maroon, Wayne counties. This is up around Lake Ontario for us tonight. Outside of Watertown, severe thunderstorm with a tornado possible headed toward Croghan here. So in Jefferson and in Lewis counties, heads up Champion, Lowville, and Wilna. Take shelter. Possible tornado headed your way. All kinds of things happening for us in the east. And of course, there is our top story, Tropical Storm Elsa. Our Weather Channel's Justin Michaels is in Virginia Beach for us right now. All kinds of things happening for us, Justin, and you had predicted it. We were watching that radar. The wind and the rain were on the way.
Yeah, in fact, we were expecting this to happen for this kind of bottom part of the last half of the day here, if you can imagine that, 5, 6, 7, 8 o'clock. it really is going to probably whip in here for a few hours. We're experiencing what seems to be about sustained winds, probably in the 20s, gusting 28, 30 mile per hour. And the expectation is, could we see 30, 40, maybe even 50 mile per hour gusts? Absolutely, over the next few hours. Also, the possibility of a few inches of rain could fall, 1 or 2 inches, maybe locally 3 to 4 inches. So this is the time that we've been telling you about, that really is the time to be staying at home, staying in your hotel, avoiding going outside. The great thing is it's dinner time, so you should be eating dinner or getting close to doing it, whether it's in your hotel or at home. Really good idea, folks, though, is to stay inside tonight, because you also need to be aware of what's going on. We have a tornado watch in place here in addition to the tropical storm warning in Virginia Beach, meaning make sure you have your plan ready to go, Dr. Nab, and make sure if it does go from watch to warning, you've got your safe space identified and you implement those plans, because tonight's not the kind of night you want to mess around with as a tropical storm continues to move through.
Yeah, whether it's an approaching tornado or tropical storm conditions with trees around, I would be sheltering lowest level, most interior room in both cases, because trees coming down can be a big problem. Max sustained winds with Elsa, 50 miles an hour. That's mainly happening along the coast, but gusty winds are occurring in inland areas as well. Because of what we've seen in North Carolina today, tropical storm warnings are well placed in the coastal areas all the way up into New England. And we got the non-tropical low and Elsa kind of merging in here. So a lot of complex interactions, as Mike was describing a little bit. And before long, they're going to merge, because the thunderstorms here in Virginia are pretty much directly associated with Elsa. And this is the front. At least the thunderstorms ahead of it. Now, even on the south side of Elsa, we still have gusty winds, and on the east side, in eastern North Carolina, gusting over 30 miles an hour, and the winds are on the increase in Virginia. Norfolk's gusting over 20 now, so is Richmond. And the area in between, along the Delmarva, is kind of in a relative lull, but the winds will be increasing. The rain is starting, but it will get heavier. So this is one area of thunderstorms ahead of the front. This is an area of rain behind it, but this is all going to be merging. So New York City, you're going to get another bout of heavy rain overnight tonight. Boston, it'll be windy and rainy tomorrow. More coverage with Bettis and I when we come back.
Okay, everyone.
Thanks for being with us here on Weather Underground. A lot of severe weather happening for us this evening, and we got Tropical Storm Elsa. So lots to talk about, folks, and let's show you what's happening on the radar. You can see Elsa spins right down here, a complex pattern here across the Northeast producing severe weather right along a curving stationary front, if you will, here. So from upstate New York down through the city, we've got issues. Tornado watch across North Carolina, Virginia through the Delmarva here till 11 o'clock tonight. Tornado warning for us here outside of Norfolk. That includes storm coming past Suffolk. In Isle of Wight, in Surrey, we've got a tornado warning for you. Rushmere, Smithfield, if you're in those cities, want you to take shelter quickly here. Radar indicated tornado. At 6:45 is the expiration on that, but right in there could be some rotation, although it does look like that storm is weakening a little bit. That would be some good news. Let's take you farther north now. Severe thunderstorm watch in effect until 9 o'clock tonight. Philly, Allentown, Newark, New York, Bridgeport, Hartford, Norwich were all included. Big time thunderstorms between Harrisburg to Allentown, Norristown to Trenton to north of Philadelphia here. Buckingham, heads up, those storms are coming right past us now. Bucks and Hunterdon counties under a severe thunderstorm warning. A little bit farther north of there, Morris and Somerset County were under a severe thunderstorm warning. And then between Mount Olive and Newton, big time storms for us as well, with high winds and hail a possibility. Morris, Sussex, and Warren counties under severe thunderstorm warnings. Yes, that does include Mount Olive and Sparta. We've had so much rain around New York and ongoing flash flooding there that Bronx, Nassau, and Queens counties are under flash flood warnings. That's until 7 o'clock. So top of the hour, considerable flooding happening for us. We've seen quite a few videos of the flooding that's been occurring for us here in New York. So take these storms pretty seriously, folks. A lot going on for us right now. And I do want to take you, I'm going to step the radar back just a little bit. We got one new tornado warning that's been newly issued down in North Carolina. I'm going to get down to that. That's within our tornado watch area. So in Beaufort and Hyde counties, We're under a tornado warning right now. So in the towns of Bath and Belhaven and Pantego want you to get to shelter quickly. That storm moving off to the northeast, coming right across Highway 264. Again, in Belhaven, get to your safe spot. Lowest love your home inside an interior room and away from exterior walls and windows. All right, we know this threat is going to be throughout the evening, so let's get an update on Tropical Storm Elsa, the severe weather that it could produce as well. The Weather Channel's Justin Michaels watching how it's unfolding in Virginia Beach. Justin.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Mike, to hear you talk about the tornado warning just to the west of Norfolk, Virginia, really highlights what we're talking about here. We're in a tornado watch here in Virginia Beach all the way through 11 o'clock tonight, and you get a couple little variables added together, and all of a sudden that can change to a warning, which is why we're out here tonight trying to keep you safe by showing you what's going on and reminding you that being outside tonight is not what you want to do. We have our safe places identified. We can hop back into the hotel in a matter of seconds if we do end up going into a warning and not a watch. We also have Tropical Storm Elsa obviously causing all of this, and we have a tropical storm warning in place. So the potential is over the next several hours, could we see 40, 50, 60 mile per hour wind gusts? Absolutely. We're going to see a couple more inches of rain as well as Elsa continues to push to the north and northeast and move up into New England eventually over the next 24 hours. So tonight is not going to be a great night here in Hampton Roads and really much of Virginia to the west of where we are, but we do know tomorrow it's going to get a little bit better. The winds are going to persist though through tomorrow morning, and also remember the lifeguards are going to be there to keep you safe. They may not let you go in the water. There's definitely the risk for rip currents over the next day or so as the storm is pushing away. So be nice to the lifeguards. We often hear the lifeguards get verbally assaulted by people who don't want them to go in the water. That's the last thing you want to do. They're there to keep you safe. And in fact, tonight, Virginia Beach is completely void of all people. They're not letting people even walk onto the beach, not just go in the water, onto the beach out of an abundance of caution. Remember, as the winds are whipping around, things are also going to start flying with them, and you don't want to be on the receiving end of something coming at you in a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust. You don't want to do that. That doesn't typically end well for anybody involved. So tonight's the kind of night you want to stay in your hotel. You want to have indoor activities with the kids and have a good time, and then look forward to tomorrow afternoon when hopefully the sun's going to come out a little bit, and then Saturday, of course, when you'll be able to really get back to living the beach life here in Virginia Beach, Virginia. But tonight's not the night to do that. The risks are real, and again, remember, we have that tornado watch extending through 11 o'clock tonight. That's nothing to mess around with, and especially if it turns into a warning, guys. Back into you.
All right, Justin, thanks so much for that update live from Virginia Beach this evening. When we come back on Weather Underground, going in depth on Elsa's future track into the northeast with tropical storm warnings that extend all the way into New England. Dr. Nab has all the details when we return with our extended coverage right here on Weather Underground.
The capital
Here, they say if you don't like the weather, just wait a minute.
Get into the out there. The Weather Channel.
A very complex weather situation in the eastern part of the country with a non-tropical low with a frontal system and a tropical storm moving up into the same area. It's a big collision course up in here with a lot of moisture, flooding rains, and some strong winds. And it's not going to end until late tomorrow night when Elsa and the frontal system finally depart New England. And you can see the low that is attached with the frontal system, and then there's Elsa. So it's all kind of coming together here in the northeast. So we do have some strong winds and flooding rains here in Virginia, but along the front, we've got flooding rains in New York City. So you can see this is Elsa down in here, but this is the convection associated with our frontal system. And actually the frontal system's got a bit more lightning with it, a lot stronger upward motion, even higher rain rates than what's happening with Elsa. So we still have a flash flood warning for New York City until 7 p.m. local time, and some kind of advisory or warning might need to be extended beyond that time because of how much rain has fallen and how much water we've seen covering the roads. And that's especially the case up here in the Bronx and getting up into Westchester County. This is the area where the flash flood warning goes until 8:15 local time. So this is partially overlapping that broader flash flood warning. So getting north out of the city is very problematic right now on the roads. And just take a look at some of the radar estimates for rainfall. It's north of the core of New York City, where we've had the heaviest rainfall, 3, 4, 5 inches of rain in a lot of spots. And it's the volume of water that has fallen so quickly here in that paved area. So all the way up to White Plains, where in Ardsley we've got all lanes blocked in both directions on Sprainbrook Parkway. Getting down closer into Manhattan, on the south end of the reports, we've got, this was again within the last hour and a half or so in Washington Heights, flooding on Major Deegan Expressway near Cross Bronx Expressway. All lanes blocked and vehicles stranded. We've shown you some of the video of that going on as well. Now, if we take a look at the bigger picture, we've also got flooding going on in southern Virginia. This is part of Elsa, okay? And that's where we've got the flash flood warning for Powelton, and there's also a flash flood warning east of Keysville in Virginia. But this is what is going to be a combination of Elsa and our northeastern front tomorrow night into Saturday morning, and it still includes a lot of the big cities along the I-95 corridor, but getting up into Maine and interior New England with some terrain effects. So, Mike, until this front and Elsa both get out of here, we're going to have some flooding problems for millions of people up in the Northeast and New England.
Yeah, really rough stuff, and we're just all kind of keeping our fingers crossed for a better weekend, and we think we can actually provide that. I want to talk a little bit more about the severe weather that's out there, including tornadoes and severe thunderstorm warnings. Dr. Ned was just highlighting what's going on there with the flooding out there. So just be ready for what these storms are going to bring for us, including it's a really complex of storms across the east. Tornado watch, that includes the Delmarva down through North Carolina until 11 o'clock this evening. Big swirl, that is Elsa, producing severe storms, including a tornado. That includes an area headed toward Belhaven, North Carolina. Beaufort and Hyde counties under that tornado warning. That's until 7 o'clock tonight. Please get to shelter in Belhaven as a storm with a tornado could be approaching you. Severe thunderstorm watch across the Northeast until 9 o'clock tonight, with that stationary front producing all kinds of gnarly weather for us around Allentown, north of Norristown and Philly. We've got Bucks and Hunterdon counties under a severe thunderstorm warning. Watch for some hail within these storms. Around Clinton, Mount Olive, Belvedere, these places are all under severe thunderstorm warnings as well. Morris and Somerset counties included in that. And then also into Warren County and Sussex County included in the severe thunderstorm warnings. Upstate New York around Krogan here, Champion, Lowville, and Wilna, severe thunderstorm warning for you. And we'll hop back across the Ohio River Valley. Cluster of storms headed down toward Louisville, including in Harrison County, west of Louisville. We're currently under a severe thunderstorm warning, big hail core happening with that one. All right, so that's a look at the severe weather, including what was happening with Elsa. Let's get right to it with our Justin Michaels. He is in Virginia Beach for us tonight, seeing some of those outer bands, those eastern bands produce severe storms with tornadoes. Just one of the aspects we'll be watching for tonight, Justin.
Yeah, absolutely. That's probably the largest danger this evening. I can tell you the rain is kind of puttered out here for a little bit. The wind is still, though, very much present, still blowing. It feels like it's blowing directly up the beach. It's a southerly wind going directly north is the way it feels as we are right now. So we know the wind is going to continue. We know the rain is going to come back. Don't think just because the rain is over, it's over. We've got hours and hours of this throughout this evening, folks. So we've got a tornado watch in place here through 11 o'clock tonight. We know that very close to where we are, it's already been elevated to tornado warning just to the west of Norfolk. So make sure that you're ready for the possibility that can happen if you are here along the coast, because it certainly is a threat that is out there when it comes to Tropical Storm Elsa continuing to move north, Mike.
Justin, thanks so much for that. And watching those warnings, you just look at those and you're thinking, oh man, more coming. And it's probably almost a guarantee at this point with those outer bands really producing a lot of convection. Justin, thank you so much for that. Again, we got plenty of severe weather to follow for you this evening. We have severe thunderstorm warnings. We have tornado warnings. Again, that right there is a severe thunderstorm outside of Louisville. More on Elsa when we come back.
Why is it your grocery order arrives the second you remember everything you forgot to order? Like, without fail.
Who drank all the milk?
Fresh groceries and more. Unlimited free delivery. Walmart Plus.
very significant flash flooding in the New York City area, especially if you're heading out of Manhattan in the direction of White Plains. My goodness, look at this multi-lane highway just looking like an ocean. Really, really important that if at all possible that you don't drive your car onto water-covered roads like that. And then in the city at intersections, the drainage systems just can't keep up when it rains as hard as it has been. And it's good that I see some cars there kind of stopping before they attempt to cross that intersection. That would be a bad idea. And we've had a lot of stranded cars reported. This is in Hackensack, New Jersey. And you can see how the infrastructure just can't keep up with the volume of water that has fallen. And even this is a great shot of how dangerous flooding can be when it's no longer raining. That's why we often show you flash flood warnings that are still in effect after the rain on the radar has moved out. So let's take a big look and then we'll zoom in on who's still got the flash flood warning. So we have a non-tropical low pressure system. We've got Elsa, and the non-tropical low has the frontal system attached to it, and this is all headed northeastward. And it's colliding with tons of tropical moisture coming around our Bermuda High. So here comes Elsa, and its rainfall shield hasn't gotten up into New York City yet. That's in association with our frontal system. And we do have flash flood warnings in southern Virginia. Got the tornado warnings east of the center of Elsa. Michael detailed those in just a little bit. But it's up in here with the front where we've got actually more lightning and higher rain rates over the last few hours. So still, New York City and going eastward from there out onto western Long Island, flash flood warnings remain in effect until 7 p.m. But there's a subset of that on the north end headed toward White Plains where you've got the flash flood warning that has been extended until 8:15. And you can see that right now, we're getting a little break in the rain, but there could be more on the way. Here's another little thunderstorm coming northeastward that could clip that area and add to the rainfall that we've already had, which has been several inches over the last few hours. And when it falls in a volume like that, in a short amount of time, that's why we're getting the water-covered roads and so many reports up and down this corridor, up toward White Plains, on the Deegan Expressway, both directions on the Sprain Brook Parkway, Sawmill River Parkway. It's just really a mess. So if you can delay commuting until this water drains, it would really help not only you, but your fellow commuters and the authorities. And flash flooding is possible even farther north and east from there overnight tonight, and that won't even be the end of it. Watch as this batch that has caused the current flash flooding departs. There's more on the way from Elsa itself. If this radar depiction is right, then not long after midnight, New York City and Long Island and Connecticut could get another bout of heavy rain that could last until the sun comes up, and then Boston, it'll start to rain heavily, and that could last well until the afternoon. And we get one more batch of rain coming through tomorrow night as the front comes through. So tomorrow, we've got a flash flood problem from Hartford through Boston up into coastal Maine. Mike, what a complex mess we've got that is causing some water and wind problems for a lot of people.
You're going to put it nicer than I would have, Dr. Knapp. That is ugly. Gosh, that is an ugly forecast. But the weekend does promise to be a little bit calmer, that's for sure. We know we have some issues with severe weather, that's for sure. And we had some issues in places like Texas as well. How about the flash flooding we've had here? A flood emergency was declared in Rockport and on the coast near Corpus Christi. About a foot of rain has fallen since Wednesday. More heavy rain anticipated for us. And I want to show you some of the severe weather in the east before I hop down to Texas for you tonight, because a couple of tornado warnings I want to hit on quickly here. As we got a tornado watch right around Elsa, all right, and so that goes until 11 o'clock tonight. We've got 2 tornado warnings, North Carolina, then up through Virginia as well. This one in eastern North Carolina headed toward Belhaven here. Beaufort and Hyde counties, tornado warning, get to shelter quickly tonight. Another one issued near the Suffolk area there, Suffolk, Virginia. Suffolk and the county of Gates under a a tornado warning in Reynoldson coming right past you. A little bit of rotation right over Reynoldson right now, and Suffolk takes shelter once again around Loomis around 7:05. Now we get back down into Texas. Big issues going on here in coastal Texas with a lot of heavy rain in southern Louisiana as well. Numerous flash flood warnings for us tonight between Corpus and Port O'Connor and up around Bay City as well. Just a non-stop flow of moisture coming out of the Gulf of Mexico for us right now. Look at some of these accumulations. Nearly a foot around Corpus Christi, 4.2 inches around Port O'Connor, more than 5 inches east of Port O'Connor. And there's the future radar. It's non-stop, just keeps going through the night tonight. A lot of your day tomorrow as well. Houston, Freeport, we could be the next target. Galveston as well. Just does not let up through the morning or afternoon on your Friday. We're back with more coverage after this.
It takes a certain kind.
Next on Weather Underground, Tropical Storm Elsa spreading heavy rain into the mid-Atlantic tonight. We've got full coverage for you next on Weather Underground as this tropical storm lashes the Carolinas, Virginia, then heads into the Northeast with heavy rain, gusty winds, and the threat of tornadoes. An Elsa story, it's not done tonight. Tropical storm warnings extend into New England. Our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knapp, breaks down what to expect on this special extended edition of Weather Underground. So glad you're with us here for Weather Underground. I'm Mike Bettis, joined by our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knapp. He is in the lab, also pushing its way through Virginia right now. And the Weather Channel's Justin Michaels is live in Virginia Beach. Let's get you right to the action with Justin. And the winds have picked up, and so has the rain, Justin.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Mike, the wind has really kicked in over the last half hour, 45 minutes. We're beginning to get some rain right now, but I will tell you, watching what's coming at us here in Virginia Beach, we're in close communication with all the weather producers back at the Weather Channel HQ. Because of the severity of the weather tonight and the potential for severe weather, we know in about 20 minutes here in Virginia Beach, we could be experiencing a really, really bad band, a dangerous band, where there is circulation in that band, in the atmosphere. So we're going to be watching that very closely over the next 20 minutes here. We have our safe place identified, but I wanted to bring you outside now to give you some perspective of what conditions are like as Elsa continues to move north. The wind is blowing, the rain is coming down, and we expect this for the next several hours. Could we get 40, 50, 60 mile per hour gusts over the next several hours? It absolutely is possible. And also remember that severe weather risk, a tornado watch, is in effect here until 11 o'clock tonight. As that band comes in the next 20 minutes, could we see a tornado warning? It's possible as well. We already saw one to the west of Norfolk. Let's hope we don't get one here, but the potential is real, and that means you need to have your plans ready on what you're going to do. So you're going to see here, there's really nobody on the beach right now, and that's a good thing. Beach patrols, lifeguards are going up and down, making sure people stay off the beach. They don't want people on the beach as these winds are ripping around because of the potential for flying debris and anything else that might be coming up the beach. You don't want to get hit by something in a 50-mile-an-hour gust. It will not end well for you. So they're keeping people off the beach tonight. And that's not a bad thing to do. The best thing you could really do as Elsa continues to move through Virginia Beach and up into the Northeast is to stay inside tonight. It's not going to be a night that you want to be outside. It's fun to be outside, right? Well, Justin's outside. That doesn't mean that you should be outside. We have our safe place identified. We can get into it in a moment's notice, and we're going to be using that probably in the next 20 minutes. So just be very, very weather aware tonight. Have your phones ready. Have those alerts turned on, and also be watching the Weather Channel to keep yourselves up to date on what we're finding in the atmosphere, what the scientists at the Weather Channel are warning you is coming in your direction, because we already have had tornadoes related to this storm. An EF2 not long ago, Dr. Knapp, south of where we are, but it's already producing those damaging tornadoes. Let's hope we don't have that happen here in Virginia. Dr. Knapp, into you.
Yeah, so the wind and water concerns for the Hampton Roads area on the increase. It's a very complex setup that is a frontal system and Elsa headed northeastward, all at the same time. So let's take a look at the big picture. There's Elsa. There's our frontal low with the frontal boundaries around it, headed northeastward. And if we look at the pressure gradient, it is focused on that east side, but we've also got the rain still north and east loaded on Elsa, and we've got our frontal zone causing the heavy rainfall up in New York City. So flash flood warnings in southern Virginia. You got that tornado warning east side of Elsa. You got the flash flood warnings up here in New York City. But just to quickly paint the big picture, here's the gusts up to 39 miles an hour now in Virginia Beach. Still very windy in eastern North Carolina. The winds will be on the increase on the Delmarva before too much longer. It's not too windy up in here yet, but that will be changing. Now, you see the two major areas of heavy rainfall. A lot of flood advisories now in south central Virginia. A lot of flash flood warnings in the New York City area getting into Connecticut. And you look at the area in northern New Jersey, there's more heavy rain starting to develop coming into southeastern New York and into Connecticut. So the flash flood situation, New York City up into White Plains, could still be made worse or lengthened anyway by the rain that's coming in from the west. It's the flash flood warning till 8:15 up here north of Manhattan and south of White Plains. That's the area that has been extended past the flash flood warning for New York City down in Manhattan here. That is no longer in effect. But north of there, that's still in effect till 8:15 local time. That's the corridor, White Plains southward, where we've gotten 3, 4, 5, maybe close to 6 inches of rainfall. A number of water-covered roads, freeways that are making commuting between New York City and White Plains very, very difficult, if not impossible for some of you. And we've got a broader flood advisory from Paterson, New Jersey over to White Plains, and then east from there, not including Stamford, Bridgeport, New Haven under flood advisories, and more rain is on the way. And look at all that lightning over Long Island Sound. So it is a very active pattern right now in the Northeast. And unfortunately, Mike, there is more on the way later tonight. We'll detail the timing for more rain-induced flooding for the Northeast for tomorrow in just a bit.
It's not a fun forecast, no matter how you slice it at all. Dr. Neb, thank you for that. A lot of severe weather happening for us within the storm, outside of the storm. Again, we get a 50-mile-per-hour tropical storm at this point. But Justin was alluding to that band that was headed his way in maybe 20 minutes or so. We're watching that band right in there. That thing is a very significant band. Look at that little appendage hanging down off of that storm right in there, right in there. Tornado warning for us, and that includes around Suffolk. So Suffolk sitting right in here. The storm looks to be maybe near Suffolk or just west of Suffolk. Radar indicated tornado. It's the second warning we've been under here in the last couple of hours. Our warning until 7:15 tonight. A little bit of rotation potentially detected right down there underneath the A in the V and the A for Virginia there. But a larger area where a tornado watch is in effect, and that goes until 11 o'clock this evening. So plenty of areas to watch. That will include eastern North Carolina, will include the Outer Banks, will include Suffolk, Norfolk, Virginia Beach, will include Newport News, Richmond, up through the Delmarva here. So a place like Salisbury, Maryland, Ocean City, Maryland, all these locations. Be on the lookout. Be ready for these outer bands to swing on through. And as they do, they could produce tornadoes. You need to act quickly. So I'd say make sure you've got the alerts turned on your phone for tonight. Some of these may happen by the time you go to bed tonight. And also, if you've got maybe a weather radio, another good option for you to have that'll alert when those warnings are issued. If you've got trees around your property, be prepared for some gusty winds and trees that could come down. All right, so I treat even thunderstorm warnings like I would a tornado warning. Get to a safe spot inside the middle of your home. We've got tropical storm warnings that extend from North Carolina all the way up through New England here. Flooding becomes a big issue following that footprint of Elsa here. So here in the Hampton Roads area and through the capital, Ocean City, up through New Jersey, points northbound. So all this heavy rain could produce some issues for us, we think, Dr. Nav. A lot of rain has already happened in the days leading up to Elsa's arrival, so it seems to make sense that we'd see a continuation of flooding.
Yeah, so more wind and rain coming for the Northeast from Elsa itself. So again, if you look at the overall circulation of Elsa, it's not directly affecting places like New York City right now, but it is affecting Virginia Beach, where we're gusting to 39, Hatteras gusting to 37, and then going farther north from there, Norfolk, Virginia, is gusting now close to 30 miles an hour. But the winds along Delmarva have not increased, but the rain and the wind are headed northeastward from there. So you're going to get a little bit of a break here between the flooding rains near the front up in New York City area right now and the rain that's coming in from Elsa. So let's take a look at the future radar to explain why this area will still be a problem all the way through tomorrow morning. So this is not just for what's going on right now. Watch, here's that batch going through Connecticut, and here comes Elsa itself. So say 2 a.m. or so, Long Island, New York City could get another bout of heavy rain that could last a while, could clip you and hammer mostly Long Island, but that'll last till breakfast time. And then areas like Stamford, Connecticut, and Hartford that are getting the flood advisories right now could be in a more heavy rain tomorrow morning. Then Boston's heavy rain will be starting up and lasting into the afternoon. And then the whole thing still has to clear out. We got to get our final frontal band and rain through here late tomorrow night. So Saturday, it's looking a lot better. But even after breakfast tomorrow, daytime tomorrow night, into Saturday morning, very early up in Maine, a lot of you could get flooding rain. So there's going to be multiple rounds. So what's happening this evening is not Elsa itself, and it is not the end of the flooding rains that could occur later tonight, all day tomorrow, depending on where you live. And when we add it all up, a lot of spots could get 3, 4, 5 inches of rain. Now, you notice the models haven't caught all of the details here. We've gotten a lot more rain here in New York City than was forecast. But from this point forward, that could happen again in some spots. So what you see happening from New York City to White Plains right now could repeat itself, if not in that specific area, other parts of the I-95 corridor over the next day to day and a half, Mike.
Yeah, I don't like that forecast at all. That could get really rough for too many people. Very heavy populated locations too. Doc, thanks for that update. For the Northeast, there are going to be some tricky locations. A lot of the timing will happen for you while you're sleeping tonight. And so for some of you, maybe that's a good thing. For others of you, maybe you're getting up early in the morning before the sun comes up. There could be some flooding out there. I want to take you to Cape May up through Atlantic City, New Jersey. Your rain coming in here in the next few hours, and then it gets really intense. Probably after you go to bed tonight. Here we are, midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning. Strong to severe thunderstorms are happening for us here. Could not rule out a chance that we see a spin up of a tornado or two. Here we go, 4 o'clock in the morning, still showers and storms around here in southern Jersey. Finally, by around 6, 7 o'clock, the storms are exiting for you and some calmer weather moves in. For New York, it's been a rough day for us. We're going to be in and out of some showers this evening. Another band comes in as we go late tonight. So now getting hit hard out on Long Island as well. This is just after midnight tonight. More heavy showers and storms through the morning. I think it could be a really slow commute for you tomorrow. Or if you're waiting on the platform for one of the trains, that's not going to be fun either. And you can see plenty of storms to come in. After that is now the front sweeps on through. This is the last hurrah, but you could get hit twice tomorrow in New York before everything clears out, and you look forward to a much better Saturday and Sunday coming your way. We certainly need it, that's for sure. All right, let's take you up into Connecticut, up into Rhode Island as well. Hartford, we're getting hit with storms this evening. More showers overnight tonight. Some storms that could be nailing us in Providence. 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, waking you up. And then you can see with the storms that come in the morning, this may be accompanied by some really heavy wind as well. So I-95, 84, 91, 495, 295, I-90, tough roads to be on, that's for sure. Those showers roll out about midday tomorrow, and another line comes in late in the day. Those could be severe as well, happening. All right, so get this, happening before you wake up tomorrow, but also happening after you go to bed tomorrow. So 2 times happening while it's dark outside. Those storms could produce some high winds and maybe even a brief tornado touchdown. Thank goodness for Saturday morning coming around, producing maybe a little bit of sunshine for us for a change. We know that Tropical Storm Elsa taking a toll on some trees here across the southeast. How about this? A survey of the damage here on social media. This is Hilton Head. Some trees coming down here. Winds gusting about 40 miles an hour. And these were in the pre-dawn hours. And so, again, that just makes it a little extra scary. All right, so Doc coming back with us now. Dr. Nabe, you think about the winds associated with Elsa here. And I know you've been talking about that this evening, how some of the strongest winds have been on the east side and some of the convective storms. What about just the center itself as it passes over a place like New York or maybe Boston?
Yeah, it'll be gusty, but probably not in New York City. Bona fide tropical storm conditions, sustained winds over 40+ miles an hour, like we've seen on the coast of North Carolina today, but still gusty. So, New York City itself, for example, not in a tropical storm warning because of that. This tropical storm warning hugs the coastline because of the exposure to the ocean, and you lack the friction of land. And with the center of circulation coming through here today, it's been the right-hand side because the winds are just stronger over the water. Now, whether or not you get tropical storm force winds, we can kind of time out when your strongest winds will be arriving. Atlantic City, it's around 2 a.m. Tonight. In Hartford, Connecticut, maybe 8 a.m. tomorrow. In Boston, it might be late morning, and then in Portland, Maine, might be midday. So as this system moves quickly to the northeast, that's the overall timing. Even Cape Hatteras and Norfolk that are getting pretty strong gusts right now, could get even a little bit stronger as we go through the next several hours, and it'll take until tomorrow morning for things to really start calming down on Hatteras and in the Hampton Roads area. But then let's go up the road a little bit. Let's look at New York City. So here's tomorrow morning with the gusting to 30 miles an hour or so. Ocean City gusting 40 or 50. Ocean City will be calming down later in the morning, but New York City and Long Island, 30, 40 miles an hour until we get into the afternoon and things calm down from west to east. And let's go up into New England. Let's time this out. Look at Boston. Early tomorrow morning, not looking too bad. But as the day goes on, things will get windier, including out on the Cape and the islands. And it's really midday when you really start to feel it. And then look at out here on the very exposed Cape and Islands area where we could be easily gusting 40, 50 miles an hour. Boston will still be fairly windy. And then this whole mess finally clears through late on Friday, Mike.
I'm with you. It is a mess. I think it's well put. Dr. Knapp, thank you. And still to come here on Weather Underground this evening, we have live coverage for you. We're going to take you back to Virginia Beach, where the winds are gusting to 25 miles per hour right now. A big thunderstorm line is about to come through with the outer bands of Tropical Storm Elsa. We're going to check in with Justin Michaels. He's parked right there in Virginia Beach. That's when we come back.
Good boy.
All right, thank you for being with us as we track Tropical Storm Elsa and the severe weather associated with it, including tornado warnings for us this evening. North Carolina and Virginia with some of the eastern bands of this storm. A couple of different areas for severe weather today. Clusters here along a front in the Midwest, a stationary front in the Northeast producing severe weather. And then, of course, Elsa itself here along the mid-Atlantic coast producing severe storms tonight. Look at all the complexities going along with this, with all the different fronts, zigzagging front for us here, tropically induced severe weather across Virginia, North Carolina. Let's show you these tornado warnings. Again, the center of energy is more back in here, but north side and east side loaded with the storms here, and the east side is where we're seeing the tornado warnings tonight. Right outside of Elizabeth City, tornado warning for us in Camden, Pasquotank, and Perkins counties here, Hertford, Parkville, South Mills, all those locations. We want you to take shelter tonight. Our warning until 7:45. So Elizabeth City right here, the rotation right in there. You see where that gray and that bright green are right next to each other? That's potentially where the tornado is sitting. We track this down for you. Morgan's Corners around 7:28 and South Mills around 7:32. Then up into Virginia. Second time we've had a warning around Suffolk. So Isle of Wight, we've got severe thunderstorm that's producing a potential tornado right in there. I could actually see, holy cow, let me back this up just a little bit. I'm going to widen that. There's two rotations in there, one right there and one right there. So I have two brief tornado spins right next to each other, moving off to the north here. I'm going to grab that real quick, and I'm going to change the location of where that sits. So right in there, I'm going to time that out for you. Everett's happening now. Get to shelter. Longview around 7:27. Then I'm going to move it over to this other rotation, which just popped in there. Luckily, not a whole lot of folks in harm's way, but Burwell Bay around 7:42. Take shelter. This is going to be what we deal with through the evening. Let's get you to Virginia Beach, Virginia tonight with our Justin Michaels. Justin, these outer bands mean business. We've seen several tornado warnings this evening.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, the tornado warnings just to the south of us, we're watching them very closely. They're about 45 minutes south, or 45 miles rather south of Virginia Beach. We have our safe place identified. We're watching it. I'm in constant contact with everybody back at the Weather Channel to know what we need to be doing, because it's a serious situation as these tornado warnings continue to pop up. And we know that cell, that band is coming directly towards us. So if you are watching us here in Virginia Beach, just know within the next 45 minutes to an hour, we could find ourselves in a very precarious position, and you really should have a plan. You should know what you're going to do. If you're in a hotel, that means get to an interior hallway. If you're in your home, try to get to the basement or an interior room that has no windows as best you can, a closet, whatever you can do if we go into a tornado warning, and there are warnings just to the south of us. Right now, winds. The winds are the worst we've seen today, sustained at 25, gusting to 39. We do know that the winds could pick up from there. This might not be the top of their range as far as Virginia Beach over the next couple hours. So Tropical Storm Elsa, Dr. Nab, has certainly come to Virginia Beach in earnest, and we know we have hours left of this. So this is not the time to let down the guard, especially if you're in one of these areas that is tornado warned, a very, very dangerous situation.
Justin, and we've got a combination of weather systems that's producing a lot of problems in not just the Mid-Atlantic, but the Northeast as well. So many water-covered roads in the New York City area, especially heading north toward White Plains. A number of reports, and you can see it's happening here, of water rescues. A lot of stranded vehicles, and the subway systems, as often happens when we get inundated by salt water or fresh water in New York City, it's coming down into the subway stairwells, into the tracks. It is really, really making the commute time in New York City and the surrounding area a major headache right now, and it might just be a good idea to wait to try to get home and get around if at all possible. So this is Elsa. This is the frontal zone. So there is a break between the two, but it is going to be short-lived because all of this wind and rain, including the 39-mile-an-hour gust in Virginia Beach, is headed northward up the coast. And this batch of rain will bring more rain to New York City overnight after we finish dealing with the current bout that is still keeping a flash flood warning in effect. In Bronx, it's in between the core of Manhattan and White Plains. That warning till 8:15 local time. We've had more than 5 inches of rain locally, but a big volume of water has fallen in just that spot. And so many water-covered roads in Ardsley, in Riverdale, in Pelham, in Washington Heights, and there are flood advisories now north of there into White Plains, going over to Stamford, Connecticut, and this is the batch of rainfall that's coming your way from the south. It'll get windier and rainier as the night goes on in the Northeast.
Kleenex Ultra.
Well, the rain has let up, but that doesn't mean we don't have issues in New York. How about this? Boy, New York City, huge rainfall today. Radar estimates in some spots as much as 6 inches of rain around the metro. We had flash flood warnings in effect, intersections that were full of water. Folks going nowhere fast. In the city that never sleeps, man, this can't happen, right? Look at folks trying to walk through that as well and going real slow. You're like, yep, I know there's a manhole down there somewhere, right? All right, so we've got ongoing issues for us in the Northeast with the heavy rain, and then we'll get Tropical Storm Elsa to move in and bring us some more rain. So not a good scenario there. We're going to hash out that forecast in just a second. Want to update you on the warnings we have, the tornado warnings associated with Elsa itself down here in North Carolina and Virginia. Huge complexes of storms across the eastern U.S., but there's the spin with Elsa, a 50-mile-per-hour tropical storm with a lot of heavy rain on the north and east side. And on the east side is where we have these outer bands with convection or thunderstorms producing tornadoes. Elizabeth City, North Carolina sits right here. Camden, Currituck, Pasquotank counties all under a tornado warning. If you're in South Mills, get to shelter quickly. Lowest level of your home, ground level, and get inside an interior room like a bathroom or a closet. A little bit of weak rotation right in there. It's a little bit weaker than it was even the previous scans. That's good. That means it may be dissipating. Having said that, heads up toward Moyock here. It could be coming right across the Virginia state line. Morgan's Corners. I'm going to move the tracker on that just a bit for you here to give you an updated location. I'm going to pick that off right there and move it for you. So that'll give you a better indication. South Mills now basically, and in Lilly around 7:35. So you get about 5 minutes there in Lilly to take shelter. All right, let's move it up into Virginia. Good news. Finally, no tornado warning for us here in the Suffolk area. That storm right in there, this is near Smithfield, was potentially producing rotation with a tornado. No longer tornado warned, although I could make the argument there is rotation right in there and right in there. It's not all that strong, but typically with something like a tropical storm in these outer bands, you wouldn't get really intense rotation. And you would get something that lasted very briefly, maybe just a couple of minutes, sometimes even just seconds, and then the rotation dissipates. But as of right now, no tornado warning in effect around the Suffolk area. That's great news. Tornado watch, meaning conditions are favorable for tornadoes to form, in effect until 11 o'clock tonight, North Carolina, Virginia, and then up through Maryland. Again, you see the big rotation, the spin on the radar there, and that line right in there is making its way through Norfolk and eventually Newport News and Virginia Beach. And that is where our Justin Michaels is tonight. Justin, I think that big line of storms is the one that's really going to amp up the winds for you here and up your chances for severe storms too.
Yeah, Mike, and my question for you is this: as you're looking at that, looking at those tornado warnings just to our south-southwest, are you expecting that line to stay intact and move over us? Could those tornado warnings come here in the next 45 minutes or so?
See any reason why it would dissipate. I think we've got enough dynamics in the atmosphere now where you could anticipate at least brief tornado touchdowns with that line, and I don't think it's far from you. In fact, if I would just kind of prog this out through Virginia Beach, you're kind of right in line with those tornado warnings that are down in North Carolina right now. So I certainly would be heads up on that line as it moves in. Give it another 15, 20 minutes, and you're going to be in the hot zone.
Okay, 15 or 20 more minutes, and that could very easily be over. So, all right, Mike, thanks. Yeah, we're watching it for sure out here, and I'm staying in complete contact with the weather producers back at the station so we know what's going on, because we get the warning to go indoors. We're going to have to get in there because we need to do the right thing, and that's stay safe. That's not be walking around outside. That's not be outside at all. That's be in your safe place until that tornado warning dissipates. So we do have a tornado watch here tonight all the way through 11 o'clock. Let's hope it doesn't get elevated to a warning, but we're watching the potential, like you just heard Mike and I talk about, in the next 15 or 20 minutes that we could see that happen. As far as the tropical storm warning that is in place, that is Tropical Storm Elsa, that's what's causing all of this, that is in place probably well through midnight. We've got a long way to go with that. So we could see 40, 50, 60 mile per hour gusts of wind. Right now it's gusting into the near 40-degree range, sustained 25 to 30, and those numbers continue to go up every single time we check them. So this is the time of the evening where try to stay indoors, make sure your phone alerts are on, so if those tornado warnings are called for where you are, you know it's time to get to your safe place and implement that plan that you should have, and that's be going into the interior sections of your home, into a basement, places where there are no windows, where you can stay safe through that warning. That's the best thing you can do. It's something to take very seriously. Something we're seeing here is a lot of people are staying outside here in Virginia Beach thinking this is fun when this can turn deadly very, very quickly. Of course, the Weather Channel is continuing to track Tropical Storm Elsa as it moves north and northeast and into New England. Stay tuned.
Water rescues, stalled vehicles, New York City area up into White Plains, New York. That is a very, very highly impacted area this evening due to heavy rainfall ahead of and not directly associated with Elsa. I'm talking about this band of thunderstorms associated with a frontal zone that is before the heavy rains of Elsa itself move in. We do have flood advisories and flash flood warnings in southern Virginia, but we've got a number of advisories and warnings here in and around the New York City area. So the flash flood warning up, in between the core of Manhattan and White Plains, that warning is still in effect until 8:15 local time. Yes, the rain has stopped, but we've seen a lot of video of water rescues ongoing, water-covered roads continuing even without the rain happening. But there is another batch of heavy rain about to move through. It'll be on again, off again, but it'll take a while for the rain that has fallen up to a half a foot locally in some spots, and the volume of water that's fallen into that heavily paved area just can't drain fast enough. So many reports from Ardsley down to Riverdale and Pelham and Washington Heights of water-covered roads and freeways and water rescues. And there is a flood advisory in White Plains itself, and heavy rain on and on again, off again, about to move through there. And eastward from there, Stamford, Connecticut, under a flood advisory. But look at the break you're going to get in New York City, and then it happens again. Hopefully not as bad after midnight, but the northern side of Elsa moving through, the western side moves through, and then in Connecticut we get the heavy rain all the way through breakfast time tomorrow, and it lasts through much of the morning, and then Boston gets in on it until the core of Elsa moves out, and then we get the front moving through. So we could have flash flooding in the big cities all the way through tomorrow morning and continuing through Friday night, Mike.
All right, Dr. Knapp, thanks so much for that. How about some of the video that we're seeing out of the Northeast, including in Howell, New Jersey? This is doorbell cam. Look at the severe thunderstorm that just came rocking through. The wind chime, the plants all over the place. Look at the plants, the potted plants that are now in the driveway, on the sidewalk. Ooh, those winds were fierce, weren't they? And we've got more to go. We have more storms tonight. We have Elsa tomorrow. Then we'll have another line of severe thunderstorms that comes in, we think, after Elsa late tomorrow night before finally clearing out for your weekend. I want to show you what's going on right now. A huge complex of storms here all across the Northeast. Here's Elsa down here, also producing severe weather tonight, including tornadoes. Clusters of storms have been really intense along that line right there on the eastern edge of Tropical Storm Elsa. Down into North Carolina, just outside of Elizabeth City, we've got a tornado warning here, Camden, Currituck, and Pasquotank counties. In South Mills, you've been under the gun. It's a radar-indicated tornado. I'm going to show you some rotation right in there, about to exit the tornado warning and head up right across the North Carolina-Virginia state line, up maybe outside of Moyock here near Highway 165 for you tonight. There's the rotation. I'm going to move that tracker on that just a little bit for you here so you get a better indication of where it's all headed. In Benefit, coming your way around 7:51, so about 10 minutes from now. But there's that whole line. We'll put it into motion. You see it sliding north, right? Coming right through the Hampton Roads area. That entire line right there, you're going to get little kinks along it. And when you do, brief tornadoes could touch down for you. I'm going to point a couple of things out because, boy, sometimes they're the subtleties of the radar, and it happens just like that. It can happen in a matter of just a couple of minutes. They're there and they're gone. I'm going to stop this, all right? Right there is some rotation that produced the tornado warning. There's rotation right in there. There's rotation up in here. There are little kinks all along that line, and all these storms are moving kind of like this, okay? So, Newport News, Norfolk, Virginia Beach, this is the line. This is the one that means business for you, and you need to be extra alert over the course of the next, probably about the next hour or so is when some of the worst weather that you've seen so far is going to hit you. Our tornado watch lasts until 11 o'clock tonight, so be ready. The line that we're showing you right now comes in over the course of the next, probably over the course of the next 15 minutes to half an hour, but I think any time between now and the next hour could get really rough for you. Let's get to Virginia Beach with our Justin Michaels tonight. Justin, that's the line. That's the one we're watching. There could be more behind it, but I think ultimately this is the one that could really hit you hard.
Yeah, and we're watching that one very closely out here in the field. We're ready to take cover if we need to, especially if we have a tornado-warned storm as it's moving over us, and Elsa continues to move north-northeast. Right now we have a tornado watch in place. We also have that tropical storm warning in place. So there's plenty of reasons to stay inside tonight, but especially as these storms and that one band is getting closer and closer to us. The conditions here have really deteriorated over the last hour and a half to 2 hours. The rain comes and goes, but the winds are consistently strong, 25 mile per hour sustained, gusting up to about 40 miles per hour. And I'll tell you what, even though it's not being picked up on some of the anemometers that are gauging that, there are some gusts where you have to brace yourself for a moment. So we know that it's going to get into the 50 range is the expectation. Make sure you have a plan in place and you're ready as these storms continue to come through, because it's not going to be good for several more hours. The Weather Channel is coming back right after this. Stay tuned for more coverage of Elsa moving north-northeast.
Elsa is still a tropical storm whose center is over land, but is causing, along with another low pressure and frontal system to the north, a lot of wind and water problems for so many of you in the eastern United States. As far as Elsa itself, the max winds are still at 50 miles an hour. And again, that's not a result of observations near the center of circulation. That's a result of earlier surface observations on the coast of North Carolina and the expectation that we're going to continue to get strong gusty winds right at the coast that could get sustained 50 miles an hour. So that's why the tropical storm warnings remain in effect along the East Coast. Moving northeast at 21 miles an hour ahead of our frontal system. And you could see the big dip in the jet stream here. Look at that short wave there with a broader trough accelerating Elsa northeastward. But it's not just Elsa that we're following tonight. We got a non-tropical frontal system up in here, but they are on a collision course. And everything will be exiting the northeast by Saturday morning. So here's Elsa right there, centered in southeastern Virginia, having crossed out of North Carolina. And you can see the lines on here, the isobars have got a strong pressure gradient on the east side. And that's where the broad scale winds of Elsa have been happening all day today. But again, this is the rain shield of Elsa. There's a little break, and then we've got the heavy thunderstorms and the flooding rains associated with our frontal system. But the area like New York City that's gotten heavy rain and flooding today is going to get this batch of rain later tonight. We do have flash flood warnings here between Richmond and the North Carolina border, and that problem will be moving itself northeastward to add to the flooding woes potentially that we've seen in the northeast. Now, as far as the winds in northeastern North Carolina, southeastern Virginia, commonplace now to get gusts 30 to 40 miles an hour. Go to Virginia Beach. It's been gusting near 40 miles an hour. Same with Hatteras. New Bern is still gusting to 35. Wilmington still gusting to 30. So on the right-hand side, that's where we have the strongest winds. Now, this band out to the east, when this reaches the coast, that could even give stronger gusts to Virginia Beach. And this is the band that has caused those typically short-lived, fast-moving, relatively weaker tornadoes than what you'd see in the plains in the springtime, but still can cause damage and still be life-threatening. And we don't have a tornado warning there right now, but you can still see a lot of little spin-ups, one about to come through Norfolk. At any time, these could spin up just enough to cause the Weather Service to issue another tornado warning, and this band will be pivoting eastward, so Virginia Beach heads up. The tornado watches in this area as well. And again, backing out, looking at the big picture, we've got the flash flood warning that's still in effect here in the New York City area. This is in association with that frontal zone, and unfortunately, the rain is coming back through that area. And speaking of which, after all of this rain has fallen, and with all of these water-covered roads, we're going to get more of it. And this is moving into Connecticut. It's moving eastward, and watch the future radar. There goes that batch. We get a little break, and then 2, 3 in the morning, it starts raining hard in the same areas with Elsa itself. And that could last until the sun comes up, Mike. So, watch out even into Boston tomorrow. So we're only going to get a short break between the frontal system and Elsa in New York City.
Yeah, it almost seems like it'll be nonstop, right? Very, very short down times in between. We've got a severe thunderstorm watch there across the Northeast, and it does include New York. That's until 9 o'clock tonight. Allentown, Bridgeport, Poughkeepsie, Hartford, all included in that as well. A lot of thunderstorms this evening. Dr. Knapp was alluding to the flooding that we've had ongoing around New York, but look at the nonstop rain here. It just seems like it's rained all afternoon and all evening for us from Allentown to New York. We have the flash flood warning there, Bronx, Manhattan, Westchester counties tonight. That's extended till 8:15. Then you watch the storms rolling up into New England this evening. So from, say, Newburgh or Stony Point, Poughkeepsie to Waterbury, New Haven, Connecticut, over toward New London. Watch for some incredibly heavy downpours. In fact, this one that came over the Sound even had some hail with it. So plenty to talk about tonight. You go up into the upstate New York, and you've got Severe thunderstorm warnings here as well. Oneida County, severe thunderstorm warning just north of Utica, headed towards Saranac Lake. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning for you in Franklin and St. Lawrence counties. That goes until 8:30. Then watching the large front, which sits back in here, producing storms from Cleveland to Columbus, Cincinnati, down to Louisville, right along I-71. Those storms will come across I-75 as well and across I-64, producing heavy downpours, blinding rain. Be careful on the interstates tonight. I want you to stick around. More coverage in our next hour. Tropical Storm Elsa lashing the mid-Atlantic coast. More from Dr. Nab and Justin Michaels live in Virginia Beach when we come back. Next on Weather Underground, Elsa spreading heavy rain into the mid-Atlantic as we speak. The tropical storm lashing the Carolinas and Virginia before heading into the Northeast, where it will bring heavy rain, gusty winds, and the threat of tornadoes. And Elsa's story will not end tonight. Tropical storm warnings extend right into New England. And our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knapp, breaks down what to expect on this special extended edition of Weather Underground. So glad you're with us. This is Weather Underground. I'm Mike Bettish, joined by hurricane expert Dr. Rick Knapp. Plenty to cover for you tonight as this tropical storm has legs to it, heading its way through the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast. How about the winds from this tropical storm whipping through Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, and the Grand Strand just as the sun was coming up this morning. Look at the whitecaps in the pool, right? Winds about 40 miles per hour. Could be even gustier for you this evening. So let's bring in our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knapp, for some instant analysis. What's new with the latest advisory?
Well, Mike, the center of circulation of Elsa is still over land, having crossed from North Carolina into Virginia, about 65 miles west of Norfolk. But it is still producing a lot of problems east of its center on land, near its center, with heavy rainfall and flooding not far from the Richmond area and strong winds along the coast. It's got a nasty band here on the east side that it has produced a few tornado warnings. That's about to come through Virginia Beach. And that's before we even talk about the frontal system up to the north that is bringing Elsa northeastward. Tropical storm warnings have been taken down from Surf City, North Carolina southward. So they're going to, chop these off as it moves northward, but we still have the warnings up through Boston. Here it is accelerating ahead of our frontal system and our mid-latitude trough. There's the non-tropical low. Here's Elsa. Here's the frontal system. That has been producing its own weather today, and Elsa is just going to add to what has happened up in that area. So you see the center of Elsa there west of Norfolk, Virginia, but it's got that a little bit of a comma shape to it. It's always been east loaded since it got to the Gulf of Mexico. And you can see the heavy rainfall with the heavier rain rates and more lightning up in the New York City, Connecticut, southern New York State area. Not much lightning going on with Elsa itself, but it's still raining heavily. There's no doubt about that. And we've got this nasty band here going into northeastern North Carolina. Now we've got a flash flood warning just south of Richmond. The considerable threat here, and that goes till 2 a.m. Petersburg, Virginia. That's where the rain is the heaviest right now. But Mike, as you've been showing, that band off to the east is nasty, and we're now gusting 30 to 40 miles per hour in Norfolk and in Virginia Beach. And I know you'll be watching the radar closely to see if this band coming through Norfolk right now might have a few more spin-ups that could lead to short-lived tornado warnings again.
Flash flooding. We know how bad Norfolk floods too. Dr. Knapp, thanks for that update. We know that Elsa is pushing its way through Virginia. Justin Michaels in Virginia Beach for us. He's got kind of a ringside seat here, if you will, for that storm that's coming on in. So all those, really, I would say truly, if you're away from the center, you might be in some of the worst weather, Justin. You're right there on the east side where these really intense convective bands are about to hit.
Yeah, I see that the tornado warnings had expired down south of us, but the same intensity seems to be there. So we're depending on you, Mike, and the teams back there at the Weather Channel to keep us honest about whether or not those warnings come back. We do know we have the tornado watch in effect here through 11 o'clock tonight. And obviously, as Elsa moves forward as a tropical storm, we have the tropical storm warning as well. But we're going to have to see how this goes. We just went through a high tide, didn't have any issues related to storm surge from the high tide or anything here right along the coast, even though this area can do that. Did not do it here, especially with the high tide. So that's some good news. But we are concerned about the next hour or so, and really the rest of this evening. as we watch Elsa continue to move north and we stay on the east side of it. Remember, oftentimes the east side can be the worst. We know that there have been tornado warnings very near where we're standing right now, so we're being very careful. Right now we've got 25-mile-per-hour sustained winds gusting up to nearly 40 miles per hour. We have to believe those could go up also. Those wind speeds could go up over the next few hours as well. So definitely a tough situation here in Virginia Beach. One of those evenings that you really do want to stay in and make sure you're paying attention. You have your alerts turned on in your phone and you have a plan in place as to where you may go. If you're in a hotel, maybe the best place for you to go is outside your room, nowhere near the windows and the sliding glass door may be, but actually in an enclosed hallway. Of course, if you're home, always go to that interior, most secure part of your home, ideally a basement, but if not, those windowless hallway areas of your home. Dr. Knabb, you've probably been saying that type of thing for decades now in your career, the safe places people need to go during severe weather, but it never gets old and it never runs out of its muster. It needs to happen. People need to keep themselves safe. And we have our safe place identified, Dr. Knabb. Into you. Yeah, that's good, Justin. And I think one thing that would apply whether you are dealing with the possibility of that band coming in to southeastern Virginia and having spin-up tornadoes, or whether it's heavy rainfall that could produce flooding, staying off the roads, both in the New York City area, plus or minus. Mike will detail all that's going on in the Northeast a little bit, other than the flooding. And we've got the heavy rain down here with Elsa itself. Water-covered roads, as we get to dark, are going to become increasingly dangerous, and Elsa is going to add to what we've already experienced here in New York City tonight. And this flash flood warning goes till 8:15. Something may very well have to be extended beyond that time if all the water hasn't drained, and there's still spotty heavy rain coming down with lightning bolts too, so it hasn't completely stopped raining in between the core of Manhattan and White Plains. We've had so many reports of water-covered roads and water rescues and stranded vehicles, and we've had a half a foot of rain locally, and it's a volume of rain too that's happened over a pretty large area that's so heavily paved. It's so many reports of freeways, expressways, just basically impassable. Now, things will be improving as the night goes on, but that will be getting worse in some spots because someplace it's still raining. So we've got a flood advisory in White Plains, and if this doesn't let up, they might need to go under a flash flood warning. And if you look at the future radar, we are going to get a break, but oh so short-lived it's going to be, because 2 or 3 in the morning it starts raining in New York City and in Connecticut again, and that could last well into tomorrow morning. And then in Boston, we get heavy rain much of the day tomorrow. So the flood problems will continue, not just overnight tonight in the big cities of the Northeast, but into tomorrow, all the way up into Boston and into Maine. Mike?
Just do not like the look of that modeled future radar for sure. We've had severe storms throughout the day here in the Northeast. Then Elsa will come along, and then we'll get another line that comes in behind that. There's the tornado watch in association with Elsa, extends up into Maryland till 11 o'clock tonight. Some of that's been chipped away down in North Carolina as the threat subsides there as the system moves north. But as Dr. Knabb's alluding to, and in particular, that line right there that's just about to hit Justin Michaels in Virginia Beach, we'll show you the pictures. That's a really intense line, maybe the most intense part of the storm at this point. Severe thunderstorm watch across the Northeast until 9 o'clock. Got another hour to go on this one. Embedded thunderstorms within that, also producing some really heavy rain and some flooding. But look at all these storms right now. It just seems like it will not stop raining. It's been going on for hours now. Really heavy rain that will produce some additional localized flooding. Mount Olive up towards, say, Newton, Stony Point, Patterson, White Plains, up through the Hudson River Valley here. There's that flash flood warning here in New York. And again, as you work your way north out of the city, my goodness, the rain is really, really heavy for us here. Poughkeepsie over towards, say, New London and Norwich. Strong storms for us here and coming across I-95. And a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings in upstate New York, including Oneida County till 8:15. Headed towards Saranac Lake, we've got Franklin and St. Lawrence counties under a severe thunderstorm warning until 8:30. This is going to be a rough end to your week, that's for sure. And all of this, Dr. Knabb, happening in advance of the arrival of Elsa tomorrow. Tomorrow morning for a lot of people here. This is just going to be a really ugly night tonight and a really ugly day tomorrow.
Yeah, I think the human nature is when you get a really bad day of weather, you think, okay, once that ends for the day, the next day should be much better. Well, that's not going to be the case in the Northeast because the frontal system that's brought the bad weather and still is today and tonight is going to continue into tomorrow in association with Elsa, because this flash flood watch, look at how much of the East Coast is under flash flood watch because of the combination of weather systems that we are dealing with. And let's look at the rainfall forecast from this point forward. And again, the global models don't always pick out the bullseyes like we've had here in the New York City area tonight. But when you see the model still kicking out 2, 3, maybe 3+ inches in a few spots, and knowing that it might not have all the details right, we can realize that we could have another round of serious flooding somewhere tomorrow. Now, the GFS paints a little more dire picture. You know, the flooding that happened in the New York City area tonight was, 3 to 6 inches of rain. And if we get that in pockets between now and tomorrow night, in a populated area, in a heavily paved area, we could have more flash flood warnings, more water-covered roads, more stranded vehicles if you don't stay off those water-covered roads. So that GFS forecast is concerning. Let's go again through the future radar. 2 a.m. or so, Elsa's rains get into New York City after that short break, and it will still be raining heavily in very flood-prone New Jersey. Boston, tomorrow morning it starts raining, and then late morning raining heavily, and that also will include some rain that will fall in the terrain that could enhance the squeezing out of that moisture and what we get in terms of flooding. And then there's more rain to come all the way through late tomorrow night. So in addition to what we have just until breakfast time tomorrow, we have this area of flooding that could happen all the way through late tomorrow night or early Saturday. So Boston hasn't gotten a whole lot from either of these systems yet, Mike, but that is going to change tomorrow.
Yeah, just you wait, all right? Here it comes for sure. I'd almost call it like the big green monster, or maybe the yellow one. I'm not sure, but it's ugly, that's for sure. Thanks, Dr. Knapp, for that. Into the Northeast, obviously, a lot of you want to know specifically when it's coming for your neighborhood, how it's going to affect you. All right, so let's take you into southern Jersey here. So Cape May up through Avalon, Atlantic City. Here it comes for you. Scattered showers this evening, more intense storms later tonight, including 10, 11, midnight tonight. Some of these storms could be severe, could be producing some winds in excess of 50 or 60 miles an hour, could even produce brief tornado touchdowns. That's dangerous. A lot of us are in bed now, right? A lot of us are asleep. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Have a way to be alerted if a tornado warning is issued for your location. All of us have our cell phones by our nightstands, right? Make sure it's in alert mode for the weather alerts. It's a function in your settings, and your phone will alert when that warning is issued. You and your family can get to a safe spot. The storms continue through the night, early tomorrow morning, starting to now move out, but the roads will be very wet as you head out to work tomorrow. Let's take you up into New York and out toward Long Island. What happens for us this evening? More scattered showers, then boom, there we go. 2 o'clock in the morning, here comes another really heavy band. Then that continues through at least 9 o'clock before exiting. You're going to get a break through the afternoon. And then as the big front that's in the Midwest slides through, here you go again. Another line late tomorrow after the sun sets. Finally, everything moving out by the time Saturday rolls in. But before then, it's just ugly. Hartford, scattered storms for us tonight. Overnight, Providence and Hartford get hit again. New London, New Haven, Hartford get hit in the morning again. And we're probably not out of the woods until sometime late afternoon tomorrow. And then late tomorrow evening around bedtime or after, there's that front from the Midwest sliding in, bringing you more storms, and then finally clearing out for your weekend. But my goodness, it's going to feel like forever until Saturday gets here. This is a look at what Elsa did to the trees across the Southeast. This video from Twitter showing Hilton Head getting hit. This happened early this morning, winds gusting 40 miles an hour or so. Some of the trees snapped here. Some of the trees could be uprooted in some of the big winds that we see here with the remainder of Elsa. Dr. Knapp, how worried are you about how wet the ground is right now? It seems like it's stormed every day across the Northeast this week, and now here comes the wind.
Yeah, and Mike, in the Mid-Atlantic and especially Northeast and New England, there are a lot of trees close to a lot of homes and power lines. And so that's why I think the impact could be greater as compared to a less populated area. So these tropical storm warnings and the gusty winds that could happen even inland of those tropical storm warnings are of great concern, especially with trees coming down. So even if this timing chart doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get sustained tropical storm force winds, this does give you an idea of when your strongest winds are likely to arrive. And in New York City, that could be somewhere around 5 a.m. Tomorrow morning, ahead of Atlantic City around 2 a.m. Boston could be late morning. And then in Maine, it'd be later, in the PM hour. So this will be moving through quickly. Now, in eastern North Carolina, where we've got, the series of tornado warnings, got another one now. You've got gusts right now observed near 40 miles an hour. Could gust to 50 there and in Hatteras overnight tonight. And that will last much of the night. It'll take till daytime tomorrow for the winds to noticeably die down. Now, let's go to Ocean City and Atlantic City and New York City. Watch how tomorrow morning those winds will be persistently gusting to 30 or maybe even locally 40 miles an hour until we get to the PM hours and things get better. Long Island will take a little longer into the day before things calm down. Then let's go to New England. Take a look at Boston and the Cape and the islands. You will get really strong winds midday tomorrow, and especially in the PM hours. Cape and the islands will be gusting to 50 well into tomorrow night, Mike. And, the Hampton Roads area got a lot of wind going on right now.
Yeah. 100%. Dr. Nab, thank you. Still to come here on the show, our live coverage continues as Tropical Storm Elsa lashes the mid-Atlantic coast. That's a live view from Virginia Beach right now, where the winds are gusty, the waves are churned up. We're going to take you live there with our Justin Michaels coming up when we return on Weather Underground.
Evacuate immediately.
Oh, no. Go, go! Oh.
Tonight, watching Tropical Storm Elsa and tornadoes being produced by it, including storms rolling through the Hampton Roads area around Newport News and Norfolk and Virginia Beach this evening. That's Elsa right down in there. Clusters of storms in the Northeast in an unrelated system, two disconnected systems. Tornado watch here in the mid-Atlantic does include Richmond, Elizabeth City, Norfolk, Virginia Beach, up around Salisbury. That's until 11 o'clock tonight. Tornado warning that does include near the Virginia Beach area here. So if you're in Chesapeake or Norfolk or Virginia Beach, that storm may actually slice right past Virginia Beach tonight. Radar indicated tornado and a warning that lasts until 8:30 this evening. A little bit of rotation was detected earlier on this storm down in here, and they issued the warning. That rotation is right about here now and may come just to the west of Virginia Beach, all right? So take shelter tonight. Do not be driving on highways 58 or 279 as that storm is going to push northbound here. Bay Island, happening about 8 minutes from now. Forest Hill about 5 minutes from now. Get to your safe location, ground level of your building, and make sure that you are staying away from windows and exterior walls. Let's get right into Virginia Beach this evening with our Justin Michaels. Justin, this is probably the most intense line that you'll see. You'll get a little break after this. What are the conditions like?
Well, I'll tell you what, I mean, they've been consistent like this for the last maybe hour and a half or so. We're talking that sustained 25-mile-per-hour wind gusting over 40 miles per hour. We do know and are aware of the tornado warning just to the west of where we're standing right now. In fact, I was inside our hotel just a moment ago and you heard people's cell phone alarms going off to identify that there was a tornado warning, in fact, in play. It is not where I'm standing right now. It is directly to the west of where I am. But I need Mike, I need Sarah Dillingham, and everybody else back at the Weather Channel to keep us honest. If that moves over us, then we need to go inside. But for right now, we're outside of the tornado warning. We are still in a tornado watch where I'm standing, and also the tropical storm warning for Tropical Storm Elsa as that storm continues to move north and eventually east over New England. It really has not been a lovely evening, and this is exactly what we expected to have happen here, where around 5 o'clock this evening, the conditions were going to really start deteriorating, and all the way through 7, 8, 9 o'clock tonight, it's going to kind of be like this, and we have that risk for the potential to go into tornado warnings because the watch is present until 11 o'clock tonight. So make sure you have that plan in place, the safe place in place. You know where you're going to go. You know what you're going to do with yourself, with your family, with your pets, because you just never know where one of these tornado warning systems is going to just flare up. And that's exactly what happened to the west of where we are right now. So as far as conditions go here, I mean, you can see the palm trees. They're blowing around. Not too bad. You can't really see what I'm seeing back out on the Atlantic Ocean, but I can tell you the Atlantic is pretty stirred up out there because of Tropical Storm Elsa continuing to move off to the north. So as you go through this night, as far as timing goes, it's going to be like this for a little while longer. We're going to go, it's going to start waning 10, 11, midnight, maybe a little bit after midnight. Then through the early morning hours, the rain's probably going to push out. The winds are still going to be here, though, probably until as you wake up tomorrow morning. The good news is by tomorrow afternoon, you might have a bit of a beach afternoon, which is a good thing. Saturday, absolutely. But remember, just because maybe the skies clear a little bit, maybe the winds die down a little bit, that's when we can also have the rip current risk. So make sure you're watching out for the flags that the lifeguards are flying. Make sure you're listening to the lifeguards. If they're telling you not to go in the water, definitely don't do that. At this point of the evening, and basically for the last maybe 6 or so hours, you haven't even been able to walk out onto Virginia Beach, the actual beach itself. Lifeguards have been going back and forth saying, get back in, get back in, get back on the boardwalk, get off the sand. And with the winds that we're dealing with here, that's not a bad thing because you have no idea when one of those gusts is going to come through and pick something up. And if you're out there, you're fully exposed. You don't want to get hit by something that's going 40 or 50 miles per hour through the air. That's not going to end well for you. So being out of that and being back near the hotels, in the hotels, back at your house is really the safest place for you to be. As far as well, there's a few people still walking around. I don't think that's a wise thing to do. Especially with the tornado warning just to the west of us, and with the possibility of that possibly coming over us, it's probably not a wise thing to do. If you're watching here on the Weather Channel, just write this night off. Stay in and consider just looking forward to tomorrow. So, Mandy, are we going back into Mike? Mike, back into you for now.
You know, I appreciate the report there, Justin. You know, I would say this too. I'm optimistic for you that this is going to be the last really intense squall line for you. After that, you might get some weaker ones that come through with just rain showers more than anything else. But what I think you're seeing now is pretty much going to be the height for you there in Virginia Beach. And if this is it, then I think we're going to come through this in pretty good shape. So great reporting there from Justin, showing us exactly what's happening there. And last report, 8,000 power outages in Virginia, not too bad either. And hopefully we can get those people back online sooner than later with the weather moving out and not in. I want you to stick around. More live coverage when we come back. Also, we're going to check in with our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knapp. Don't forget, you can watch our live coverage streaming on Roku and Amazon Fire.
Among my patients.
Welcome back, everyone, as we follow Tropical Storm Elsa for you tonight and some of the severe weather associated with it. We have tornado warnings on the eastern squall line of this storm and getting right into the Hampton Roads area of Virginia, including around Virginia Beach. Tornado watch until 11 o'clock tonight does include Newport News, Norfolk, Suffolk, Richmond, Virginia Beach. 2 tornado warnings for us tonight, including one that's very near Virginia Beach with some rotation right up in here, Chesapeake, Virginia Beach. You are in that tornado warning until 8:30, so it's about to expire for you here as that rotation looks to be weakening. Then another one here south of Virginia Beach, including Currituck County. That's until 9 o'clock tonight, so that goes for another half an hour. A little bit more pronounced rotation's been right in there, right in the center of that warning. Radar indicated, but again, rolling through places that are relatively unpopulated and about to go out over the Atlantic, so that's good news. But ultimately, that's a pretty intense line of storms. Ignore what I just did there, folks. We'll go back to that line right there. Again, rotation right in there, and eventually we think that's going to go east of Virginia Beach. So one area of rotation went west of you, one went east of you. Right in the heart of that is our Justin Michaels in Virginia Beach. I think, Justin, you threaded the needle here, my friend. Thank goodness. And I think truly this line, once it gets past you, you're going to notice a pretty marked improvement in the weather, and I think that's going to happen momentarily.
Well, from your mouth to God's ears, I certainly hope so, because I can tell you one thing, it'll be nice when this finally dies down and continues to push away. And I do know there's lots of people in our hotel that want to get outside, but it was really amazing. I was inside having some water, and in a moment's notice, all of a sudden, everybody's cell phones went out with those warnings that go off, because we did have that tornado warning and continue to have that tornado warning just to our west. All the more reason to have those alerts turned on and make sure you know what's going on when a storm is coming through. Remember, you know, it's not just a tropical storm. This is Tropical Storm Elsa, and it's bringing up tornadoes and tornado warnings all over the place. And that means the risk is real to your life and your property and your well-being. So make sure you're staying on top of it, and to know that the storm is going to continue to move to the north-northeast, go over New England and cause all sorts of problems before it finally goes out into the North Atlantic and finally says goodbye. Man, that's amazing that it's done what it's done. So for the rest of this evening here in Virginia Beach, you heard Mike say that we don't have too much more to go with the real bulk of this nasty weather, the rain and the wind, but we do have that tornado watch, a watch that is present here all the way through 11 o'clock tonight. So just because maybe the winds die and the rains die doesn't mean we're completely out of the woods just yet. Make sure you're staying up to date on what's going on as best you can. And of course, the Weather Channel will be live. We'll keep you up to date on what's going on. But we still have the issues here that are going to persist for the better part of this evening into early hours tomorrow morning. And then it's eventually going to finally be gone and give people back their beautiful beach scene here in Virginia Beach. Ideally, you know, as early as maybe tomorrow afternoon, we could have a really nice beach afternoon, and certainly on Saturday for people to end their weeks or begin a new week here in Virginia Beach. So as far as the winds we're dealing with, we're going to see maybe 40, 50 mile per hour winds, gusts sustained right now around 25 to 30. Just like Mike was saying, thank goodness that's going to be dying off over the next, hopefully, hour and a half. And then we just have some residuals towards the end of it. But you can see behind me, you've seen these scenes on the Weather Channel all the time. We've got blowing palm trees, we've got blowing grasses, we've got the rain coming down. It is kind of quintessential tropical storm here as Elsa continues to move through the area. Mandy, are we back into Mike? Okay, Mike, back into you for now. It's difficult to hear out here, as I know you have had experience with in the past.
Listen, I can sympathize. I get it for sure. You know, you talked to some emergency managers earlier today, Justin, and kind of got the sense that this is a nice test for them early, because we know we can always deal with something more significant later in the season, the heart of the season, August, September, October.
Sure. Yeah, no, definitely. I think that they're kind of seeing this, even though there is the severity here, and we can't take this lightly. It is a tropical storm with all the dangers that come with that. This is a good drill for them going into the year. If they have a year like they had back in 2016, when Matthew hit, there was back-to-back storms, and this place was a mess, as so much of this part of the country was. So this is a good drill for them. It's a good way for them to know that they have the protocols and procedures in place, and give the people here whose job it is to make sure people stay safe a good run through, and they're looking at Elsa like that. Mike, into you.
Yeah. Justin, I want you to hang with us here. I know you're scheduled to be with us for a little bit longer, but if you got a watch on, if you can hold out until like 8:45, I think you're going to have a dramatically different live shot than you have now. The rain's going to end for you. The winds are going to start to back off. I think a lot of people there in Hampton Roads, you included, will be very thankful for that. But that is our Justin Michaels out there doing yeoman's work there in Virginia Beach. We're back with live coverage after this.
It's been a really rough evening in the New York City area, and that isn't even directly associated with Elsa. Elsa's still down in here, causing some flooding problems in Virginia, and we still have heavy rainfall north of New York City proper, causing some flooding concerns. And you're only going to get a short break before this mess moves on in. And fortunately, right now, New York City and environs not under a flash flood warning anymore, but still a flood advisory in the same area. You know, the north end of Manhattan and in the Bronx. Flood advisory till 11:30 p.m. because there still are likely some water-covered roads, and you could get yourself into trouble just as much as if it were a warning if you drive on one of those water-covered roads at night, especially. Really hard to tell. Even though it's not raining really heavily there right now, still could have those road problems because of all that rain that has fallen. Half a foot over the last few hours in a few spots, and it's the volume of water that fell in that heavily paved area that caused all those expressways to cover with water. A lot of water rescues, a lot of stranded vehicles. Whatever we can do to not drive onto a water-covered road, got to do it. White Plains, they're still on again, off again, heavy rain. You're under a flood advisory till 9:15 local time. That goes over to Paterson, New Jersey, over to Stamford, Connecticut as well. And then farther north is where the heaviest rain now is training over a lot of the same areas in Poughkeepsie, East Fishkill and Torrington. Flood advisory till 11:15 local time. That could be a pre-warning. Things could escalate if that rain doesn't let up real soon. And let's look at the future radar. So there's that batch in the Poughkeepsie area, and here's the gap, New York City to Atlantic City, and then the heavy rain down in the Delmarva and Hampton Roads area. But watch what happens over the next few hours as Elsa quickly moves northward, 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning. Here we go again in New York and New Jersey and Connecticut, and it will last likely until at least breakfast time, if not a little later in Connecticut and in Rhode Island and Massachusetts. It'll be raining heavily, and in Boston until the afternoon, until that main batch associated with Elsa moves out. But then there's still the whole frontal system to get through, so there could be isolated heavy rain coming through late Friday night, and then it'll all be over. So overnight tonight, I think this is the corridor we're concerned about, and Elsa coming in. Then that only takes us through tomorrow morning. When we get through the daytime into tomorrow night, it'll continue to be a lot of the big cities of the Northeast and especially into New England, Mike. So New York City, take a breather. There's more heavy rain coming overnight.
Yeah. We'd like our Justin Michaels to take a breather tonight as well. He's been in the thick of it here. Justin, this is going to be it. I promise you, my friend. Give it a few more minutes, and you're going to have a lot better weather. But what's going on right now?
I'll tell you what, it's probably the worst rain we've seen the entire time we've been here. It's going out with a bang here in Virginia Beach because the rain in the last just 2 minutes went from rain to now it's coming in cats and dogs. Absolutely incredible how much it's raining, as a matter of fact. And it's the kind of rain that when it hits the side of your face, it stings because you've got those winds coming in as well. Remember, we're sustained winds right now between 25 and 30, gusting up to basically 40 miles per hour. And the potential is we could see a little bit higher than that. So right now, Mike, I believe you because you know what you're talking about, and Dr. Nab knows what he's talking about. So if you tell us this is coming to an end, I'm going to trust you. But right now, these are the worst conditions we've seen as Elsa continues to move north and northeast and push out of Hampton Roads. So here in Virginia Beach, it is going to be coming to an end pretty soon, but we still have some more time to go. All I can tell you is the better part of this evening, you're going to want to stay inside. Look forward to tomorrow afternoon when this thing is finally off to the northeast, dealing with people up in New England and, into New York, New England, and eventually up and down East Maine. and you guys can go out on the beach and enjoy the beach. Right now, the beaches are obviously closed, and eventually they're going to reopen. Let's look forward to that sometime tomorrow afternoon. But my goodness, the rain, it seems to have died down a little bit now, which was good. But there, when we started there, when Mike tossed to us, my goodness, it was coming down like cats and dogs. So it's going out with a bang. Mike, Elsa's continuing to head north and can keep on going because we're done with this. What is your timing looking like now?
I know you might be questioning my logic. I would too after getting hit by that squall line there, but I promise you, you're literally minutes away from the weather getting significantly better, and I anticipate it to stay that way then for the rest of the night with maybe just sprinkles left over, Justin. So thank you so much for the reports this evening. That is really, as he mentioned, some of the worst weather he has seen so far this evening. Yes, as we go into the weekend, you're going to still see a few thunderstorms across the southeast, but not anything tropically induced, more scattered thunderstorms. I think for many of you, it's not a washout kind of a weekend Friday. Most of us in the 80s with a few scattered storms out there. Similar on Saturday, evening scattered thunderstorms, kind of set your watch to them. Afternoon thunderstorms, 88 in Atlanta, 87 New Orleans, 87 in Jacksonville. And I'm sure you've noticed just how muggy the atmosphere is now, right? It feels like July in the southeast. On Sunday again, more widespread scattered storms out there, but by no means a washout for everybody. This is just pop-up storms that happen 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Raleigh will be 89, not calling for storms there, but may see some in Nashville about 84, and in Miami, partly cloudy about 87 degrees. All right, Raleigh, North Carolina, I know that today's not been a great day for you. Tomorrow, a chance for some scattered evening storms. After that, look at your weekend. Plenty of opportunities to spend some time outside, maybe in the pool. Temperatures are going to be warm. The mugginess will be there too. Myrtle Beach also not a great day for us today, but look at that forecast. Pretty decent going forward. Just a few scattered storms on Sunday, but ultimately plenty of opportunity to be outside and have calmer conditions than what you had today. When we come back, a last check with our Dr. Rick Knabb on Elsa and where it heads from here.
I'm Morgan, and there's more to me than HIV. More love, more adventure, more community. But with my HIV treatment, there's not more medicines in my pill. I talked to my doctor and switched to fewer medicines with Dovato.
Dovato is for some adults who are starting HIV-1 treatment or replacing their current HIV-1 regimen. With just 2 medicines in 1 pill, Dovato is as effective as a 3-drug regimen to help you reach and stay undetectable. Research shows people who take HIV treatment as prescribed and get to and stay undetectable can no longer transmit HIV through sex. Don't take Dovato if you're allergic to its ingredients or if you take Dofetilide. Taking Dovato.
Welcome back for our live coverage of Tropical Storm Elsa. Let's take you to Virginia Beach with our Justin Michaels. Justin, still going pretty strong for you, but this is it. This is going to be the last hurrah, we think.
Mike, I got to tell you something. It's almost like you know what you're talking about because I don't have a hood on right now, and I'm not doing that to make you feel good about yourself. It's not raining.
You're not?
And if it is raining, it's barely raining. It's windy, but the rain has dramatically died off, and it happened exactly when you said it was going to. So congratulations, my friend. You are meteorologist of the century.
Every now and then a squirrel finds a nut. So, you know, I got to tell you, though, Justin, truly, though, all kidding aside, I think this is it for you, my friend. I'm happy for the folks there in Hampton Roads that we may get away without too much going on for us the rest of the evening and improving weather through the weekend.
Great. Yeah, I'll tell you what. Yeah, again, from your mouth to God's ears, and I think it does feel, I mean, it's amazing. What is it? What has it been, 5 minutes since we last talked? And it was a complete deluge, winds coming in, and it really continues, like every single syllable that comes out of my mouth continues to calm down a little bit. So Elsa's pushing away from Hampton Roads, and that's a good thing for the folks here to get back to their beach weeks. Now, Dr. Knabb, into you now.
All right, thank you, Justin. We still have a lot of water problems in the state of Virginia off to your west, and we've got water problems in the northeast. And Elsa is going to add to that once the storm itself gets up there into the northeast. So combination of weather systems causing a lot of problems today. There's that nastiest band to the east of Elsa that brought the tornado warnings and has just gone through where Justin Schott is located. Now, let's take a look on the south side of this. It's still blowing really hard out on Hatteras, gusting over 40 miles an hour. New Bern and Virginia Beach gusting around 30. But that'll be letting up as this band goes east. Norfolk recently gusted to 40, now down to 30 for the moment. But look at this rain coming through the Richmond area and then moving over to the Delmarva. So we're going to have some flood problems here in the Delmarva, I think, after what comes out of the Richmond area moves east. That has produced another area, kind of like up in New York City, a 3 to 5 inch footprint of rainfall over the last few hours. So we've got a flash flood warning that's just south of Richmond in the Petersburg area. East of there, in between Richmond and Williamsburg, has just gone under a warning as well. Considerable threat here. This warning in Petersburg goes till 2 o'clock in the morning. It is still raining hard in that area. Now, back out and then look at the flood advisories that are still in effect in the New York, New Jersey, Connecticut area. You're going to get a little break, and then this flooding rain from Elsa will come in. We still have a flood advisory in the hardest hit area between White Plains and the core of Manhattan, of a flood advisory till 11:30 local time. Even though it's not raining much there now, we've had so much in terms of water-covered expressways that you're likely to still encounter some water-covered roads because of the several inches of rain that we received this evening. White Plains under an advisory, another little batch of heavier rain coming through Patterson right now. And then north of there, Poughkeepsie, this area could end up under a flash flood warning if this doesn't let up soon. That advisory goes till 11:15 local time. So there's that batch going through New York and into Western Mass right now. You get that break, but about 2 o'clock in the morning, it starts raining again on Long Island, maybe New York City, gets into Connecticut, and that will last well into tomorrow morning. So more flood problems in those same areas. Boston, it'll rain much of the day tomorrow, and then we get one last gasp as the frontal system comes through late tomorrow night. But boiling it all down, flood problems up in here primarily from this point forward, in addition to what we've already had, through tomorrow morning, and then tomorrow during the day into tomorrow night, New York City up through Portland and Bangor, Maine. Mike, more flood problems for the populated Northeast and New England.
You know, I'm trying to estimate here, Dr. Knapp, could be maybe as many as a dozen states actually get hit by the center of Elsa. That's pretty incredible stuff for sure. Doc, thank you. Another story that we're following for you is what's going on in Texas, including a lot of flooding, a flood emergency earlier in Rockport, Texas, tons of rain. And the coastal cities in particular, if you're near the coast, you've got more likelihood for flooding than just about anywhere else. So let's run down what's happening for you here with a really sprawling system that's been very, very slow to budge here in the Gulf of Mexico. Almost kind of tropically induced, really, because you can see big spin here in the atmosphere with the counterclockwise flow and all the heavy rain coming in off the Gulf here. So from Corpus to Victoria, Freeport, up toward, I'll say, Houston, big issues. Nueces and San Patricio counties all under flash flood warnings. Port O'Connor, the rain's backed off a little bit, but we still have a flood advisory here. Jackson, Matagorda, and Wharton counties. That's till 9:30 tonight. Look how much rain has popped out of this so far. In the last 24 hours, around Corpus Christi, some spots nearly a foot of rain. Outside of Rockport, about 4 inches of rain. Outside of Port O'Connor, about 5 inches of rain. And a lot more where that came from, unfortunately, because the system just doesn't want to give up. Look at the rotation in off the Gulf, now aiming for Victoria and Freeport. In Houston, we're going to get inundated with rain. Houston, boy, we flood so easily. That's a very concerning forecast, but you can see training thunderstorms through the day tomorrow, unfortunately. High likelihood for flooding, including Corpus Christi, Victoria, and over toward Freeport. Well, our special coverage of Tropical Storm Elsa picks up at the top of the hour. Live coverage continuing as it lashes the mid-Atlantic. Stick around. We're with you for the next several hours right here on the Weather Channel.
You are watching the Weather Channel's continuing live coverage of Tropical Storm Elsa, continuing to move north and northeast I'm Justin Michaels, live for you this hour in Virginia Beach, Virginia, where the worst of the weather we've seen just came through, and for the first time in hours, I don't have my hood on. That's good news for the folks here, bad news for people moving north. We'll have live coverage from Virginia Beach coming up.
That's right. Elsa is not done yet. Made landfall in Florida yesterday. Then the storm pushed through the southeast, now into the mid-Atlantic. You're looking at the tropical storm warnings that are up from North Carolina through New England. Winds still over 50 miles per hour are possible. We're in for a long and stormy night along the eastern seaboard with downed trees and power outages still a real threat as Elsa moves up that I-95 corridor hugging the eastern seaboard. This storm also has a history of producing dangerous tornadoes, so that's a possibility tonight as well. For the latest on Elsa and where it's headed next, we are bringing you through the next 4 hours. I'm meteorologist Mark Elliott and joined by storm specialist Carl Parker. And Carl, right on script, right? Tons of rain moving north along that I-95 corridor, plus that precursor rain was a big part of the story today, and we'll talk about that as well.
Yeah, I mean, New York City got hit really hard, and now you've got a lot more rain coming in tonight and very early tomorrow morning. So that flood threat is going to continue in the tri-state area, and this storm is still packing a punch, picking up a little bit of juice from the contrast between cooler and warmer air. Now a 50-mile-per-hour storm. It is moving towards the northeast at 21 miles per hour, really has picked up forward speed, and that acceleration is going to continue. There's the forecast. It's going to make its way up towards New York City into tomorrow morning and then into southeastern New England in the afternoon. And then it's rapidly going to move out after that, most likely as a mid-grade tropical storm. So the center of circulation now just over the North Carolina, Virginia line, and you see that big mass of rain that is well out ahead of that. We are getting some wind with the storm. Winds now gusting to 37 in Elizabeth City in North Carolina. Norfolk now gusting to 29 miles per hour, and Patuxent River Naval Air Station in Maryland now gusting to 30 miles per hour. So there's going to be very gusty wind heading up through the Delmarva over the next couple of hours here. This line of storms had a number of tornado warnings associated with it. That's now working offshore, but we did have at least one tornado in the Tidewater area. That was at Kings Fork. A lot of tree damage as a result of that, and some outbuildings were damaged as well. Then farther west, as you look at the center of circulation sitting right about in there, you've got some flash flood warnings. There's a considerable threat tag on this warning that is in effect in the Petersburg area. About 2 to 3 inches of rain has fallen there, and now a warning where the heaviest of rain is, and that is just west of Williamsburg. That for Charles City, New Kent, and Prince George counties. That heavy rain coming up into southeastern Virginia, and will be making its way into southern Maryland, coming up through the Bay as well. You notice pretty quiet in D.C. right now, but there is some rain now coming up through Charles County. We'll be into PG County before long, and wet weather is going to be also moving into Salisbury, Maryland, and into Ocean City. You bet the winds are going to pick up there. Also a tornado threat, and that through southern Maryland, southeast Virginia, and into eastern parts of North Carolina. That going until 11 o'clock tonight. So let's take a look at the forecast, and we go into 2 o'clock in the morning. And again, and Mark's going to have more on what's happened there today in New York. We've got a lot more rain coming in overnight tonight and through the overnight hours. Very wet weather in New Jersey, very gusty wind also moving in overnight. Then we go into the early morning hours. Some of the strongest wind and heaviest rain will be over Long Island and moving up into southeastern New England, and then going into 10 o'clock tomorrow. It's going to be primarily a New England affair. Very heavy rain in Providence as well as Hartford and into Boston. Some strong winds too, particularly in areas that kind of jut out there, southeastern New England. Those are the areas that usually get more wind from these coastal storms. And so winds could be as high as 50 miles per hour there. And then by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, that rain will start to move out of Boston, will continue up into Maine, and then things rapidly improving after that. But there could actually be some additional thunderstorms rolling into parts of the Northeast late tomorrow. So a flash flood threat, and we're looking at likely flooding across parts of New England into eastern Mass as well as southeastern New Hampshire and along the coast there in Maine. That is going to be one of the big worries going forward. Well, Elsa's wind and rain battering the mid-Atlantic tonight. Meteorologist Justin Michaels in Virginia Beach. And Justin, you say that things are finally beginning to settle down just a little bit. It's been quite a day there, huh?
It has been quite an afternoon and evening for sure, Carl, and it's really kind of remarkable how it's almost like a switch got turned off. It was raining just intensely there for the last, throes of this storm as it was going through Virginia Beach, and then all of a sudden the rain just stopped. Now, in fact, it's almost calm here right now, whereas in 20 minutes ago it was not that way. It was really, really bad, maybe the worst weather we'd seen all day. Now, we do know that the tornado watch does extend all the way through 11 o'clock East Coast time tonight here in Virginia Beach. So that doesn't mean we're necessarily out of the woods just yet. We have to make sure you are keeping your phone with you, listening for those alerts that may come in, because you never know what could pop up. But the good news is we're quickly but surely coming towards the end of this here in Virginia Beach. Overnight, we could still get some winds, but the rains really seem to have died out. Maybe we get a few more showers throughout the course of the evening, but for right now, it seems like the bulk of this has moved to the north and northeast as the storm does the exact same thing. So Elsa did pack quite a punch here. As far as storm reports here in Virginia Beach, we haven't heard much that's been going on around the area. We'll dive into that and hopefully keep you up to date on that throughout the course of this next hour while we're live with you from Virginia Beach. But definitely an impactful storm, and it's, if only because of the way it's impacted people who are on vacation here. It was hours ago, 6 or 8 hours ago, where the Virginia Beach lifeguards actually cleared the beach and stopped people from going on the beach as the storm was approaching. And it's been that way ever since. And throughout the course of the evening, as people went out, the lifeguards went out and brought them back in. So not only could you not go in the water, you couldn't walk on the sand. Well, the good news is, as this pushes away and as sun comes up tomorrow and people decide to continue their beach weeks, the good news is they'll be allowed back out there tomorrow, I'm sure. However, remember, the rip current risk is always real, especially after these types of storms go through. So you'll have to follow the guidance from the lifeguards and the beach patrol as you go through the remainder of this week into the weekend. And then a whole other round of people will come for next week as their beach week here in Virginia Beach. So as far as the impacts of this, we're going to be looking into that, how much rain actually fell. I know over the course of this evening, we were expecting maybe 1 to 2 inches, locally higher amounts. Also winds that could have gusted 40, 50 miles per hour. Anxious to see those storm reports coming in from the National Weather Service and the National Hurricane Center to see exactly how impactful this storm was. But for right now, it's amazing the difference. In fact, it looks like we have a family walking through back here down the boardwalk. Of course, the boardwalk here in Virginia Beach goes for miles in both directions. It's really a great feature of coming to this beach, the ability to move up and down that boardwalk. But as far as the worst of the weather and what we've been dealing with for the last several hours, it does feel like it is finally waning as the storm continues to push north and northeast. So, Ginger, we're sending it back into Carl Parker, yes? Yeah, Carl. So I'll send it back into you, my friend. Really kind of amazing how it was in just the last few minutes. And Carl, I know that you've seen this before, but it truly was like somebody just flipped off the switch and Elsa was done here in Virginia Beach. Very remarkable how weather can do that.
Yeah, it is pretty amazing. And Justin, there were a whole slew of tornado warnings in that area through this afternoon and this evening. I'm wondering if you saw any suspicious or scary-looking clouds at your location.
Not really. Now, I know that there was a tornado warning, tornado warned storm or cell or, the band that was coming through just to the west of us. I mean, not far, probably less than a half mile from where I'm standing right now was the line, just looking at the radar. We didn't see anything here. I'm not sure if anything was seen in that general direction. I have to believe there was probably some sort of rotation or they wouldn't have called the warning, but definitely nothing visible to us here on the ocean front.
All right, Justin, thank you so much. Quite a day there in Tidewater, Virginia, and we've got a long way to go, Mark. And as you mentioned at the top of the show, I mean, we just got clobbered by rain in the tri-state area today. A lot of reports of flooding, and now another big round coming in.
Yeah, that border between Yonkers and Bronxville slammed the Bronx River Expressway underwater. We're going to show everybody what that was like coming up in just a couple minutes. But we're watching this storm leaving where Justin was and going right up the coastline. So that means places like Atlantic City, New York City, and Boston are all going to get their turn with the true tropical rains. Not the thunderstorms that we had today, but the true core of tropical rains from Elsa are on the way also. So let's start to time this out for you. There is that chance for flooding for tomorrow all the way through Saturday morning. And then if you could flip over to max 46, we will be able to show you where that rain is going to be headed next. Here is that look towards the south side of Jersey, right up here, Delaware, Maryland, into portions of Virginia. Steady rains this evening, moving in. Okay, that's the stuff that Justin was standing in for the past several hours. It'll really be coming down here across eastern side of Maryland and Delaware as we go through, say, the overnight. But by 4 or 5 a.m., it's done. So your morning commute there looks a lot better. Or, and we can also look at the wind, right? These winds are going to be intense, both leading into the storm with 40, 50, 60 mile per hour winds. Look at this, Ocean City, Maryland's really going to be gusty. And then behind the storm, that will last a little bit longer with those gusty winds through, say, 7 a.m., maybe even 8 a.m. before easing up. Here we go into Atlantic City. The Atlantic City area, we'll see that rain approaching from the south by about midnight or so, really filling in overnight 1, 2, 3 a.m. And then it continues to about your morning commute time. Again, here too, it does start to get a little bit better. And I want to show you New York City because of how much happened already today. Those big storms leaving for now. But then overnight, we see that next batch of rain come in. It's going to be a close shave. This particular high-resolution model basically brings the center right off the Jersey Shore and near New York City, which puts the pivot point of the rain up against Yonkers to Bronxville, but maybe not right over that area for the whole time. Look at that. By 7 a.m., it's really Long Island that's seeing more of it. But if that is shifted west at all, there is no bandwidth left to soak up more rains. And some of those underpasses are still going to have high water through the overnight. It's going to take a while to get that out of there. So it's close is the bottom line here. And because of what happened already today, we know that there could be more flooding issues around that area. So that is a very kind of difficult and problematic part of the forecast. Farther north, it takes a little bit longer. Here's Hartford. You see some storms overnight. They fizzle out. Then the true Elsa rain comes in by morning. Terrible morning commute time through about lunch hour, and then it's gone. This thing's really going to be accelerating off to the north and east. So, Carl, I think that's a key point, too. None of the rain lasts as long across the northeast because the storm is picking up speed and will be really racing away by tomorrow.
And it's funny because the total amounts of rain in New York today were not off the charts by a lot of people's standards, but because there's so much pavement there, it doesn't take that much.
And it was a high rainfall rate.
Yes.
So less about the total amount of rain and how fast it came down.
Yes.
In a couple of hours, that Bronx River Expressway just filled up.
Yeah, more than 1.5 inches, I think, in an hour in some locations. Yes. Thanks so much, Mark. And so here's a look at what we're going to be into tomorrow. The Southeast has been dealing with Tropical Storm Elsa, but the northern states having their own run of severe storms up front, bringing heavy rain and large hail. Look at that, Bergen County in New Jersey. And a storm like that gets really noisy, and you're looking for a place to put your car quickly in a situation like that. We are looking at the potential for some severe weather tomorrow in coastal areas. It's primarily going to be a tornado threat and a wind threat as a tropical system comes in. It's warm at several levels of the atmosphere, so you really don't have as much of a hail threat. You need colder air loft for that. But some strong winds moving in coastal areas in particular. Let's take a look at how this is likely to unfold. Right now, the strongest wind in Tidewater, Virginia, just coming up into the southern end of the Delmarva, and man, is that going to step up overnight tonight. Look at the forecast in Ocean City, Maryland. By the time we get into 1 o'clock in the morning, 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts there in Ocean City. A lot of high rises in Ocean City. It's going to be a really kind of a scary night there. Then as we go into 6 o'clock in the morning, still seeing some very strong winds in Ocean City. And then that strong wind comes up and into Long Island through the middle of the day tomorrow. Mark.
And we keep bringing up this heavy rain that occurred today in New York because it was such an incredible scene there, torrential rain. Here's a view of some of that, swamping cars in that rising water. I mean, you say don't drive through this, but the cars were already on the road and going somewhere, and the water just filled in around them. And then those cars were floating. You're already on the road. There's no way to get out. Really difficult situation there. I want to show you that the rain threat continues right now across the Northeast. It's not nearly as bad in that kind of northern New York City suburbs as it was, but it's not necessarily done completely either. And the flash flood guidance for just 1 hour is now reasonably low. Remember, the rain from Elsa is all still coming. All this yellow area, green to yellow, indicates about an inch of rain needed in an hour before we see some flooding. Interior New York could also see some of that risk. And so that is a potential as the rain from Elsa approaches over the next 24 hours.
If there was a world championship for this, I'd be.
This is J Country. Our goal is to find that $1 million boulder. I will dig till my hands bleed.
Tubes of J!
Cha-ching.
You never know what you're gonna find.
That's so sketchy, dude.
Takes a different kind of a person to want to do this.
Anything can shut you down.
Heaviest one yet. It's almost like we know what we're doing.
Jade makes people do crazy things.
Thank you for staying with us live here as we continue to track Tropical Storm Elsa continuing to move north and northeast. I'm Justin Michaels live for you in Virginia Beach, Virginia, where the storm has really kind of left us, and that's a good thing. Now, we do have the winds, and we've got a little bit of drizzle coming down, and we can expect that over the next couple hours. But the good news is, as you're waking up here in Hampton Roads on Friday morning, maybe starting your morning commute or thinking about, hey, where should we go for a beach breakfast and then head out to the beach? Well, the good news is you're going to be able to do that tomorrow with Elsa not being present anymore. We'll have to see what kind of rip current risk there might be tomorrow as the storm continues to push off to the northeast. And there certainly is a risk for that. So make sure you're heeding the warnings coming from lifeguards and beach patrol all up and down this portion of beach, because it certainly is possible. But over the course of this night, we had lots of rain. We had some intense winds. The winds are still present here right now. But the good news, Carl, is as this night wanes, the storm is also going to wane, and people might be able to salvage a little bit of the end of their beach weeks here in Virginia Beach. Carl, into you.
Hey, Justin, when was the peak of the event for you? When were the strongest winds coming through?
Right at the bitter end of it, Carl. Probably within the last 45 minutes was the most intense rain we saw, and the most intense wind we saw came as that last blow. And then all of a sudden, I am defining it and kind of describing it as like a switch. It was almost like somebody just flipped the switch, the rain stopped, the winds are still here, obviously, but it was right at the bitter end before it pushed away from us. Really amazing how that happened.
Yeah, really intense line of storms now racing away from the coast. Justin, thank you so much. And here is the latest on the storm. It actually picked up a little bit of intensity today, feeding off the contrast between some cooler air and the warmer ocean air. 50-mile-per-hour storm moving northeast to 21 miles per hour. There you see the tropical storm warnings that have been extended all the way up into the Boston area, the southern New England coastline. And there is the timing of this storm coming across the tri-state area overnight, early tomorrow morning, and then into southern New England tomorrow afternoon, most likely as a mid-grade tropical storm. And here you see the center of circulation, which is now in southeastern Virginia. A huge mass of rain out ahead of that, and some flash flood warnings as well. Gusty winds right now, gusting to 36 in Elizabeth City, now gusting to 28 Wallops Island and 29 in Norfolk. Here is what Justin was talking about right there. That line of storms, as that came through, producing a lot of very strong wind. That's pretty typical in a tropical cyclone. When you get a line of storms coming through, they tap into the stronger winds that are off the ground and bring them down to the ground. And so got a couple more showers and storms coming through. There may yet be some additional tornado warnings. Then farther northwest, flash flooding has been the worry. There's a flash flood warning now for Chesterfield, Dinwiddie, Prince George counties, and there is a considerable threat tag. So that means life-threatening flash flooding is the worry there. Also, one to the east of that, we've had about 2 to 3 inches in these areas, another inch or 2 on the way. And you notice that heavy rain now beginning to pivot up into southeastern Virginia, across the Chesapeake Bay, and then into the Delmarva. So it's going to be getting a whole lot rainier and windier in Salisbury, in Ocean City. And in fact, winds could gust over 50 miles per hour for several hours tonight in Ocean City, Maryland. Flash flood watches extending right up the coast along the 95 corridor. And so we are certainly not out of the woods. A lot of heavily populated areas in for a lot of rain, and after Mark getting a lot of rain already today.
Yeah, gosh, it really came down around the New York City area, in particular, 5 inches of rain in some communities, a lot of that happening in a short period of time. And then you look towards the rest of the I-95 corridor, including D.C., Philly, we mentioned New York, up through Boston, because for millions of you, Elsa is not done yet. We're talking about flooding on major roadways today, but that could happen again. Lots of pavement here where the heavy rain is moving in from Elsa. Some wind, down trees, power outages are still possible. That's why the tropical storm warnings extend all the way into New England. So what we can do here is kind of go south to north, time out the worst of the rain for you. And we'll start here in eastern Maryland, southern Virginia, showers and storms through the evening hours, but starting to get better by about 1 or 2 a.m. By 4 or 5, this thing is gone, and it is done. The winds will last a little bit longer, and especially right at the coast. Look at that onshore flow pointing towards Ocean City, 50 to 60 mile-per-hour winds through 11 o'clock or so, maybe even midnight. The center goes right through here, may actually have a secondary Jersey landfall if that occurs, because it will be going over the waters a couple of times. We'll see how that works out for a place like Atlantic City. Here comes the rain this evening into the overnight hours. That rain will continue to pick up through about 2 or 3 a.m. And then once the circulation passes, we'll see that start to ease up. By about 6 or 7, it is gone. We can follow that wind. Remember, onshore flow at first out ahead of the circulation. You really see it picking up 1, 2 a.m. This right in here, that's probably the center. So it comes in like this and then moves on, and the winds switch around going offshore through the rest of your mid-morning. New York City, the woes continue there on so many of the highways and the low-lying areas that piled up the water. Rounds of rain come in for your morning commute time, but there's hope that some of the worst-hit communities will be just far enough north and west that you don't have the heaviest rain from Elsa. We'll be right back.
DiGiorno has 7 delicious crusts, and your family food critics will rave. Croissant crust is flaky layers of buttery bliss. Rising crust is fresh baked deliciousness. There's a 5-star pizza for everyone in your family to love. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
We've never been so ready to get back out there. And with Copper Tone Sport, we can reclaim
Welcome back to the Weather Channel. Special coverage tonight as Elsa is now slamming into the northeast, an area that already had severe weather earlier today. We're watching those tropical storm warnings all the way from North Carolina right now through coastal New England, including the Boston area to the Cape and Nantucket Island. And this storm is really going to hug the coastline with some pretty significant rain and wind moving on through. Let's talk about the latest information right now with Tropical Storm Elsa. Elsa being blamed for 4 deaths, 2 in the Dominican Republic, 1 in St. Lucia, and 1 person was killed when a tree fell on their car in Jacksonville, Florida. The National Weather Service says the tornado that struck Naval Submarine Base Kings Bay was an EF2 with peak winds of 128 miles an hour. The tornado tore through an RV park on the base in southeast Georgia yesterday, and more than 10 people suffered non-life-threatening injuries. An EF1 tornado was also confirmed near Stillwell, Georgia, just northwest of Savannah. That tornado had 105-mile-per-hour winds, touching down last night during our show here at 10:44. We were covering that storm for you roughly this time yesterday. There's still a risk of some isolated tornadoes tonight, Carl, but certainly heavy rain has, for lack of forgive the pun, stolen the thunder today. Very heavy precipitation.
Yeah, and I'm worried about what's going to happen in New York City overnight tonight, given what happened today. We had really widespread flooding across a lot of the tri-state area, and you've got a lot of rain on the way tonight. So I think we're going to be in for more of that. At least more people will be at home, but could be rough by the time you get up tomorrow in New York City. 50-mile-per-hour tropical storm right now. It's moving northeast at 21 miles per hour. You see where the center of circulation was, at least as of the 8 p.m. advisory, probably a little ahead of that, a little farther northeast. Watched a line of storms come through Virginia Beach with a tornado threat that's now largely offshore. A gusty wind right now, gusting to about 30 miles per hour, Wallops Island, and also in Norfolk, and gusting to 35 miles per hour at Patuxent River Naval Air Station on the south side of the D.C. metro area there. So again, that line of storms now working offshore, so things are improving in Tidewater, Virginia. Still some pretty heavy rain, though, and flash flood warnings ongoing here. We've had about 2 to 3 inches already. An additional 1 to 2 is possible. And farther north, you see the rain now climbing up into southern Maryland and towards the Delmarva. There's the ongoing area of concern for tornadoes right around the Chesapeake Bay there. That tornado watch going until 11 p.m. And here's a look at the model forecast. And this is the heavy rain that is going to be coming up into the tri-state area overnight tonight. And so along with that, Mark, I think we will be looking at some additional flash flooding, especially given what happened today.
Yeah, there's not a lot of bandwidth in the soils. Not that the, impervious pavement can soak up much rain anyway, but the damage already done. Let's talk about where this storm just went through. Elsa's wind and rain came through the mid-Atlantic, the southern mid-Atlantic already tonight, and that's where we find Justin Michaels in Virginia Beach. Justin, what a change from about an hour and a half ago, peaking as the center came right over you, more or less, and then now you've got that dry air coming in from the rest of the U.S., from the land, and gosh, it's totally drying up over you.
It really is. In fact, it seems like the storm is having these last throes of life at the very end of it as it moves off to the northeast. We just had, seriously, about a minute before you see me on TV here, we had this intense burst of rain and wind come through here. Things were blowing all over the place, and then just like a light switch, it just flipped off. So Elsa certainly making an impact here in Hampton Roads. Here in Virginia Beach, we did have that tornado warning just to the west of where we are earlier tonight. We do have a tornado watch in effect here through 11 o'clock tonight. So make sure you're keeping your guard up. Just like I said just a moment or two ago, we had a really intense burst of energy, of rain and wind come through here, and then it died out. You never know what the storm may have in store on the back end of it. So certainly be using good judgment and paying attention throughout the course of this night. The good news is, as you're waking up on your Friday, a much different situation as the storm will be long gone from here. But of course, the Weather Channel is going to keep you covered on every facet of this storm until it's off the U.S. soil, off of down East Maine, and it'll be interesting to see what the storm does. It's been a long track, and of course, we've got you covered from start to finish. The Weather Channel comes back live with more coverage of Elsa right after this. The Weather Channel continues to track Tropical Storm Elsa, now pushing out of the mid-Atlantic and certainly moving up into the northeast and eventually into New England. I'm Justin Michaels, live in Virginia Beach, Virginia, where we certainly saw some impacts from Elsa tonight, including sustained winds pushing upwards of 30 into 40 miles per hour. I'm anxious to see what the rain totals will be like tonight here in Hampton Roads. Could we have gotten the 1, 2, 3 inches of rain we were expecting? having stood out in it for the better part of the evening. I tend to think we probably could have. It'll be interesting to see what it actually turns out to be. But the last throes of this storm going through Virginia Beach have been kind of interesting. Just about 10 minutes ago, we had this enormous burst of energy. Rain and wind came out of nowhere. It was calm. And then all of a sudden, this big burst of energy came through, and then it died out again. And much like a switch going off, you turning off the lights in your living room, that's kind of how the rain stopped earlier tonight. We were actually having some fun with Mike Bettis earlier tonight, where he said, just give it a few more minutes, and then it's just going to stop. And darn it, if he wasn't right, it literally did just do that. A few more minutes went by, and just like somebody turned a faucet off, the rain stopped. Now, we do have these winds that are going to be present probably for the better part of this evening, but the good news is, as you're waking up, Carl, tomorrow morning here in Hampton Roads, it's certainly going to be a much better day. And then Saturday is probably going to be a really great beach day. It's going to be hot, steamy, and a perfect day to be laying out there on the sand. Carl, into you for now.
I know a lot of people looking forward to that. Justin, thank you so much. And let's give you the latest on this storm right now. It is now making its way up through the southern part of the Chesapeake Bay. That was the APM position there. It's actually well ahead of that. You can really see the spin in the radar imagery. So right about there is where the center of circulation is. We'll get an update with the 11 p.m. advisory. Seeing some pretty strong wind right now, gusting to 30 miles per hour and over from North Carolina up into southern Maryland. That is what's going to be moving up the coast tonight. Flash flooding is an ongoing worry. The latest flash flood warning going until 3 o'clock in the morning just west of Williamsburg in Virginia. And here is the model forecast showing you that heavy rain coming up across New Jersey and into Long Island, the very same areas that were just clobbered by rain today. The tri-state area got hit very hard, and there's going to be a lot of heavy rain overnight tonight, so do know that there's going to be an ongoing flash flood potential. That then coming into southern New England through the morning tomorrow and then beginning to move out as we get into the afternoon. But there will be a flash flood threat in New England, especially in coastal areas and along, say, the Boston area. And that strong wind that is now to the south, that coming up towards Ocean City. And Mark, we could gust to 50, 60 miles per hour in Ocean City in just a few hours.
And that's not the end of that wind, because we know that this storm is, as mentioned, going up the eastern seaboard. Tropical storm warnings are up all the way to coastal New England, the Boston area, to the Cape, Nantucket Island, and then all the way back down through North Carolina. So wind and rain for millions of you still to come. So we want to break this down for you city by city, starting off along the Jersey Shore, the South Jersey Shore near Atlantic City. Tonight in the Atlantic City area, the cloud cover is already on the increase out ahead of that main precip shield associated with Elsa. It's knocking on the door. You can almost see the cloud base lowering as that rain is going to be moving in. And a significant amount of rain at that is on the way to the southern side of Jersey. Look at this around Atlantic City, pretty widespread 2 to 3. There could be some overachieving spots in that. And when we look at the timing here, that rain moves in earnest, say around 11, maybe midnight. Continues to rain over the next several hours, maybe through 3 or 4 a.m., and it gets a lot better by the time you might be, say, driving to work by about 6 or 7 a.m. if you are, working out of your house these days. Onshore winds over the next several hours picking up. The worst of the wind by about 2, maybe 3 a.m. could be gusting 40 to 50, and then, Carl, it gets a lot easier with that wind as it switches to offshore through the morning.
Well, we want to take a look at New York City, and things are looking pretty good in Times Square right now. But man, did we have some very serious flooding up around, I believe it's the Deegan Highway and 179th. There were about a dozen rescues earlier tonight, so it was really, really bad in some parts of the New York City metro, and you've got a big slug of rain coming up later tonight. Now, most people will be home. That's the good news. But it's going to get pretty rough probably. And this, by the way, is what we call the flash flood guidance. This is telling us how much rain you need to get in 1 hour to get flash flooding, and that is between 1 and 2 in yellow there, and that is precisely what happened today. We got between 1 and 2 inches in less than an hour. So here's a look at the model forecast, and notice how that heavy rain comes up and across the tri-state area and along Long Island by about 2 o'clock in the morning. So about 4 hours from now, it's going to get a lot wetter, and that will continue into the early morning as well, Mark.
If your basement was wet earlier today, chances are unfortunately pretty good it could be again overnight. And then eventually this whole mess gets to Boston, eastern Massachusetts. Boston fine right now, low to mid 60s, almost no wind. Looks great across the city, but that is going to change. Let's look at the timing for you across the Boston area as the precip shield moves through. First with a couple of renegade storms, then the Elsa rain starts to move in towards, say, lunchtime. Several hours of heavy rain across the Boston metro should be ending by about 3 o'clock or so. And by, 6 or 7, you're starting off your weekend on a much improved note. There will be some wind arriving as well, not much until that main rain shield comes through. So say 11 a.m., maybe noon to 1, the rain really picks up. Nantucket to the Cape, we'll see the worst of it, 40 to 50 mile per hour gusts. Stick with us here at the Weather Channel as we travel with the storm up the coast.
I'm David Collado. I chose the Spark Cash Card from Capital One.
Welcome back. There is a live look at Atlantic City right now. The rain is beginning to move in. The wind is going to get a whole lot stronger going through the night tonight. And look at that beautiful Ferris wheel there. You know, I haven't been to Atlantic City in probably, I don't know, 25 years or so. Have you been there much? I know you're from Jersey.
I was there when I lived there.
Yeah.
But it's been since probably 2003, 2002 since I've been there.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's going to be quite a night there. We're expecting to see really strong winds probably gusting over 40 miles per hour. A lot of heavy rain as well. It's already been a really rough day in the New York City metro for heavy rain, and that is what is coming your way with this storm. That's moving pretty quickly now. 21 miles per hour is the forward speed. 50 mile per hour tropical storm. It actually gained some intensity, feeding a little bit off the contrast between cooler air and warmer air. And so we expect that it will continue to be this sort of a mid-grade tropical storm as it comes up into New England. It didn't mean to zip by that so quickly. I'm going to go very quickly back to the winds here. Winds now gusting to about 30, 35 miles per hour from southern Maryland, Patuxent Naval Air Station, into Wallops Island and down through Tidewater, Virginia, and Elizabeth City. So, you know, that's certainly what's coming your way. But in some coastal areas in particular, could get a lot stronger than that. We're thinking winds could gust over 50 miles per hour in Ocean City, and that could be the case in Atlantic City as well. Also, flash flood warning just northwest of Williamsburg going until 3 o'clock in the morning. That, too, is going to be a big worry. We've had some really intense rain all along the path of the storm. We did, in fact, get flash flood warnings and some flooding in the Raleigh area today. And those flash flood watches extending well up the 95 corridor right up into southern parts of New England. And here is a look at the timing. And you see that heavy rain coming into New York City going into the early morning hours. Mark, I think it's going to get kind of rough there once again overnight.
Yeah, let's hope that we don't wind up filling the streets with water like we saw during the afternoon hours today with just the, garden variety thunderstorms along the front. That wasn't Elsa at all. We have been tracking the storm for a while, first forming in the Atlantic over a week ago. Let's talk a little bit of the history here. What happened? Well, the first to feel the wrath of Elsa were the eastern Caribbean islands. This is a look at some of the damage left behind in Barbados. And despite the damage here, nobody killed here. However, one death was reported, unfortunately, in St. Lucia, and 2 others killed in the Dominican Republic. Then our storm approached Cuba. And after moving over Cuba, Elsa made landfall in the U.S. as a strong tropical storm, hitting Florida's Big Bend area at about 11 a.m. on July 7th, 65-mile-per-hour winds. And this is what it looked like nearby from there in the Cedar Key area, with sheets of rain and the signs there just trying their best to hold on. A very classic tropical feel when you see the stop signs or the do not enter sign in that case just bouncing back and forth in the wind. And as Elsa moved inland, strong winds knocked down trees, knocked out power across parts of North Florida, southern Georgia, and into the Carolinas. Here's some of the damage from the Raleigh area from earlier. Most of the damage was from trees falling onto houses and vehicles, which is such an repetitive trend, right? I wish there was a way to know which tree was going to be the one to watch out for, but gosh, we see it again and again and again. Cars either driving right underneath them as they fall, or they fall into homes, and people lose their lives because of trees coming down. And now Elsa is moving into the mid-Atlantic and Northeast. This is time-lapse from Salisbury, Maryland. Look at that mean sky. As Elsa's outer bands moved in and over the Salisbury area with heavy rain beginning, looks like a lightning flash there occasionally as well. And that trend will continue up the coast tonight with heavy, heavy rain and that chance for more flooding. So again, landfall occurred near the Big Bend area, just north of Cedar Key. Tropical storm force winds at the time, 65-mile-per-hour winds and a pressure of 999 millibars. And we can kind of follow that track if the graphics want to play along. Don't know why they disappeared there for a second, but hey, they're back. Hurricane status, then back to tropical storm, danced through the island, stayed with that center away from land, but still land influenced the storm, and then dry air and shear made that kind of whole east side displaced storm all the way up until landfall. And honestly, that continues today. But even with all of that, I think the take-home message here, Carl, was how good that forecast actually was from the Atlantic all the way to U.S. impacts.
Yeah, when a forecast doesn't quite work out, it always gets a lot of attention. So we want to bring some attention to the National Hurricane Center for what turned out to be an amazing forecast. So the forecast on the 3rd of July for 4 days ahead of time was for the storm to make landfall at 8 a.m. It actually made landfall at 11 a.m., so they were off by 3 hours. The landfall location was within anywhere from several miles to several tens of miles, depending on whether you're talking about latitude or longitude, and the intensity was within 5 miles per hour. That was an amazing forecast. So hats off to the forecasters at the National Hurricane Center in South Florida.
At Bare Naked, soft-baked granola clusters are handpicked by our very